And we are, I guess, live. Hi, I am Ocean, and this is my channel, Ocean's Deep Blue. And what do we do on Deep Blue? We do the deepest of blue. That's what we do. Okay? So, tonight, I thought it might be fun. Since it is the day before Thanksgiving, why not talk about Mandela effects? Yeah. What's that got to do with Mandela effects? I'm not sure. But somebody brought it up as a topic. So I thought, why the hell not? Anyway, I may or may not do a show tomorrow. I am kind of thinking of doing a Thanksgiving offering, a program of some sort. And, that could be fun. Um, I'm not really sure, though. It's probably going to be a full day for a lot of people. If I do that, it would be probably late or very early, like either really more early than this show or very late, like late night. Like I'm not even sure anybody's going to be around for this stream, seeing as how it's just before Thanksgiving, but it is a Wednesday and a day that I normally come on. So I just thought I'd mosey in here and see if anybody was coming in. And hope that I programmed it correctly. Yes, okay. So anyway, StreamYard's been kind of funny. I've been having a little bit of trouble with it off and on. I'm working on a crocheting a kind of a quilt, an Afghan, sort of, I think. I'm not sure whether it'll be, let me see, an Afghan or whether it will be a cape for me, kind of like some kind of little thing to keep me warm and wear or something like that. Not quite sure yet, but I'm just in a crocheting mood. And then I'm also going to be making some um, of the anti-Havana syndrome devices. I'm working on that. I'm getting some wire, and soon I've ordered some wire. We'll see how that goes. I have some projects in the works. I'm not sure what all I'm going to be offering. I probably will be offering some stuff to sell or trade or barter because I'm really good with trade and barter too. It's fine. I'm probably going to be doing a little bartering with John because I don't feel like making my own colloidal silver. I don't feel like setting that up. Um, anyway, let's see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a couple of series, I think, and this show is probably going to get kind of a conversion. I was thinking I will do something like click in talk video. And that is to say, where kind of like those dial-in shows used to be, where you'd call in, only in this case you click in. And I'm going to see how that goes because really, this has become, although I had different ideas what this was going to be like, this channel. In the beginning, I had entirely different ideas, but it's become a place where starseeds, magical people, um, experiencers uh, can all find people like them, can find somebody who they can talk to, talk with, feel supported. So it's basically turning into a support group for magical people, starseeds, light workers, and all of the people that kind of get harassed in other shows. So, I mean, there are shows where people really get nasty with people who are magical types. They don't get it. They don't understand. They're not awake yet. Some of us have been awake forever, right? Hi, Jackie. Jackie's been awake a while, right? How you doing? So some of us have been awake for a long time, and it can feel pretty lonely going it alone. Trying to uh, the semi-charmed kind of life, right? I want something else to get me through this semi-charmed kind of life, baby, baby. Um, yeah, it's kind of like we have a semi-charmed life. It's not that easy being me. You don't know what it's like to be me. Right, like the Tom Petty song. Hey, there's Mark Ark Spark, Mr. Ark Spark, or Mr. Spark. Popcorn and YouTube. There you go, Jason. That'll do it. Popcorn and YouTube. Popcorn and YouTube. It sounds like it could be a country western song. I don't know. Anyway, this is as I was saying, hang on a minute here. Let me post it. This is going to be sort of like a call-in show, only it's clicking. And that means you can click the link. You don't need any equipment. You don't need any downloads. It will just bring you backstage. You can decide whether or not you're going to show yourself. If not, you can just put a picture in. It's no problem. But you can come and be a guest on the show. And it's going to be kind of like, coast to coast or something. That kind of structure where we talk about some stuff and we have some guests, but then we have people who call in. I don't know. There have been plenty of agents here. Oh, well, hi, Jack. I'm so glad that you're finally with us. Well, if there have been agents here, there's what are they going to do, So you feel, uh, well, Mark, I'm sorry that bothers you. I suppose any of these shows are going to be infiltrated, you know. Um, I don't suppose you're ever going to have any kind of a show like this that isn't going to have some kind of activity like that. So I don't know what to tell you. Um, I mean, there's only so much you can do about that. And seriously, in my case, I've already been through all of the stalking and bullshit, and it's kind of like, that ship has sailed. Hey, James Ortiz. Well, thank you. Um, well, I think there's a real need for us to be able to talk among ourselves. Even if it's on YouTube and we have to talk in code sometimes, okay? But we know what we mean. We know what we're saying. So I think it's important that we share our ideas. I think it's important that we have an atmosphere where we can have, share our experiences and our wisdom, our insights, because it's not easy being us. It's not easy being magical in a world that tries to force you into mundanity and compliance. It's hard to be uh, divergent in any way. So it's just really, I think, needed that we have some place where we can just talk. And if anybody who doesn't like it, we'll just boot them. When there are a lot of them, it just isn't fun anymore and quite a low vibe. Well, if you have any suspicions about who those may be, Mark, um, I have an email you can send that to, or you can like come backstage and talk to me private chat. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get entirely away from that, whatever we do, unless we do strictly private channel. Ah, okay. I love you too, honey. I'm glad you're hanging around. As far as I'm concerned, they can like it or they can lump it, whatever I'm doing. You know, there's nothing they can do to stop it, really. I'm already me, you know? I'm already me, and the cat's out of the bag as far as I'm concerned. I'm not, you know, I'm I've had enough experiences that F you. It's like you can have your opinion, and I'll respect that, but you try to give me some grief. F you. So, yeah, there's the pantless one. Okay. You left out your third hoe? That wasn't very nice. Invite her in. Hello, Indie Groove. How you doing? Indie Groove says fire. Fire. Okay, Jackie says, hey, Scotty. Oh, pantless one. And yes, Mark the Arc Spark is here, Scotty. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, we're all happy to be here, right? You know what? It's I have to really do some gratitude because honestly, I have a pretty fucking nice life. Compared to so many people, I have a pretty good life. I mean, there's so many things that I have that I didn't even have 5 years ago. And And, it's a comfortable, dry, warm, protected from the winter place. I have lots of food and good things to drink and eat and, comfortable place to sleep, a nice kitty cat and some fishies. And I'm really, I'm doing great, really, compared and I'm a lot healthier than I was 5 years ago. So I look back about 5 years, it's like, I'm doing really good. I'm thinner. I'm healthier. I think I'm younger. I swear. I swear I'm getting younger. I look younger than I did about 5 years ago. I was really getting tired of where I was living. It was really hard. Oh, you gave her something extra in the stocking? Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, Indy. Yeah, that's the right mindset. Yeah, and good things to smoke too. Yep, some more online friends. That's right. Some good online friends. A nice channel that's growing slowly, but that's okay. I don't care. It's really, like I said, I think my path is really it's a support group for magical people, for remote viewers, light workers, and star seeds, whatever, what have you. People who get very misunderstood on other shows and in other chat rooms. So, greed is a path to jealousy, a path to the dark side. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a natural growth. It's kind of organic, as they say. Organic growth. Like I'm only feeding it organic food. Little cowboy is off watching the fish right now, I think. And he just loves the window seat that I made for him. It's right by the window. It's right because, he's hot most of the time. I mean, his coat is thick. Those cats were designed for, his body was designed for cold and wet. And so warm and dry, it's not his favorite. He likes it by the window. He likes sitting by the window, and then he can look out and he can watch the fishies that are also there. He's got a cushion where I mean he lies there and it's just like you can tell he's got everything. You can tell he's thinking to himself, especially when I'm there too, and I'm sitting there nearby, and he's like, "Okay, I got everything now." So he is a very happy little cat. So with much to be thankful for, and Yoda knows best. The little green guy, the green guy. It's not easy being green, you know. hmm So tonight, I thought we could talk about Mandela effects and why. Why the not? Mhm. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us have been Mandela affected. Okay, and what is Mandela affected? In my definition, it's you have been Mandela affected if things things have done the switchy on you. Okay, if stuff has done switched on you from what you're pretty sure reality was, then you've been Mandela affected. And of course, this goes back to Nelson Mandela. There are people who swear that he died in prison. There, the current history that we have now is he came out and became the leader of his country and then died later. There are even some people that say, as a matter of fact, I had one astrologer friend that says he remembers that the whole funeral thing was actually a a ploy to get publicity to uh, get attention and backing to get him out of jail. But that's all that that was. It was kind of a psyop for a good purpose. So there are people who remember the Mandela event at least three different ways now instead of just two. So that's a third way that I hadn't heard of. So, that's pretty, I mean, that's pretty bizarre. But there's other things that just cannot be. And I think I've mentioned before that for me, the the breaking point. I mean, there's a lot of things I could concede. I could say, well, yeah, I remember my mother was really big on English reading. She taught me to read at an early she taught me to read kind of early. She learned to read early. And she was really kind of a stickler for spelling. And she would go through and pick out typos, okay, in stuff. So she was always going through the paper picking out typos. And I know that she picked out the Berenstain Bears. That was definitely one that she picked out. Oh, they spelled that wrong. Mm-hmm. Berenstain, Bears. And she said, oh, they spelled it wrong. And she was always picking out stuff they spelled wrong. Okay, so they do that. Typos happen, right? And people have memories that um, well, you know how memories are. I mean, they're not 100% most of the time, right? Oh, yeah, but all that aside, there's some things that are huge, huge, and that way too many people remember differently. So let's see. And Scotty says, Edie Brickett's song, shot me in the shallow water, don't let me get too deep. Now is it choke me in the shallow waters? See, the way that I heard it, now that's a Montegreen. That's a little different. Montegreens are misunderstood song lyrics. And those do fall under Mandela effects, though. But there is also such a phenomena as misunderstood, misheard, misunderheard. There I go, making up words again. Song lyrics, right? Uh, and that is a big field. I mean, people mishear song lyrics all the freaking time. It's very common. But there are some that are so pervasive that people would swear it was I mean, huge groups of people. Now, what I heard in Edie Brickett's song was "Shove me in the shallow water before I get too deep," like shove me in back into the shallow water because I'm getting too deep now. Which seemed to be what the song was about. That made sense to me. But, you know, people have written song lyrics that make no fucking sense at all. Oh, yeah, the lion, lamb, wolf. Yes, Andy Groove, absolutely. The Jewish spelling bearers, yeah, yeah. Hey, witchy poo, rest your eyeballs. Yeah, dying in prison, and I remember choke me in shallow waters. Okay, that may be. And yeah, I remember the road runner saying meep meep. Why? What do they say it is now? Yeah, I think Hang On Snoopy. I think Hang On Snoopy is the right one. Well, anyway, I brought my tablet and I had a heck of a time signing in because I hadn't used it in a while and there's all these updates and all that bogus stuff. And it wanted me to sign in and I couldn't remember my sign in. I would love to just cancel that altogether because I only use this thing at home. I don't take it anywhere. And I'd rather not have to keep putting in a code to get into my own freaking tablet in my own freaking home. You know? Beep beep. Yeah. Yep, I remember me me and there was that sort of sound, and then there was that me me. Foghorn Leghorn. Yeah, Foghorn Leghorn. Well, some things they did change, you know, and this is the weird thing. There are things that they have changed over the years, and I'm sure of it. And I remember when it changed. I mean, Jif and Jiffy peanut butter. When I was growing up, it was Jiffy. But then they changed it to Jif because it sounded more modern. Now they're saying it was never Jiffy. Well, bullshit. I was around when it was. And I also remember them deciding to change it because they wanted to say choosy mothers choose Jif. Because people had started to say this thing in a GIF, in a GIF. I'll get it done in a GIF. So, whereas they used to say in a jiffy. So, once they started to abbreviate it to in a GIF, then Jiffy Peanut Butter wanted to be more modern, thought it was more modern to be Jif Peanut Butter. But somehow, now they say that never happened. But the thing that I remember, and I know this is opposite of the way that most of the world remembers it. I remember Magic Mirror on the wall. Okay? Magic Mirror on the wall. And I remember that I was kind of pissed off that everybody said mirror, mirror on the wall. Because that's what everybody else was hearing. And I was really wondering about that. It's like, what the hell? I was a kid. I was just a kid at the time. I'm like, what the hell do you mean? They said mirror, mirror on the wall. I don't know what's going on there, folks. I heard it the way it is now, but everybody else heard it the way that it's remembered by so many people. And that's what one of the things that as a kid drove me right up the wall. I would go through life. Okay, first of all, I have to say, I had some very strange effects when I was a kid that I couldn't really tell people about. Yeah. Um, Indie groove. Yeah, right. Uh, I couldn't tell people that I would dream the future. I had very it was like I was stuck in some kind of a loop where I would dream the day the next day. First of all, as a kid, I had some nightmares. I had some bad nightmares. When I wasn't having nightmares, I was dreaming of what was gonna happen the next day. And every time I would wake up, I would know what was gonna happen that day. And I realized after a while that everybody else didn't have that, and that it just made me really weird and not accepted to be the kid that always knew what was going on the next day. It drove me so crazy though that I tried to change it. I I would do things different just so that I could break out of the cycle to see if I could break the cycle of it being just what I dreamed every single day because, to me it was terrible. I didn't know if I was dreaming or if it was actually happening. It was like, am I dreaming this now or is it actually happening? Because I feel like I dreamed this. But is this actually happening now or am I in a dream? It was very maddening. And for a kid, I mean, and I was just realizing I'm not like other people. You talk about neurodivergent, this new term. Okay. I think that's somebody's brain working different than usual. And when I wasn't doing that, I was having terrible nightmares. So for a while, I decided to just stop dreaming. But my dad had prophetic dreams. It was one of the things he had. So I don't know. How does this relate to Mandela Effect? I'm not entirely sure. But could it be that we're looking into other timelines? I intentionally was knocking myself out of the timeline that I was in, okay? I was intentionally knocking myself into another timeline. I cannot believe that Janet Whitmer is calling me. Why? Oh, geez. No. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm doing a show. Jeez. I tell people when I'm doing them. I've been doing them on Wednesdays at this time for how long? Well, I guess maybe not this early though. Yeah, being alone is much better than being around a herd of the damned. Yeah, being queen of the damned, right? Uh, I'm just, needle arts person, so I guess I'm queen of the darned. Anyway, you don't remember your dreams? I didn't for a long time, and I don't usually, but sometimes I do. So when I do, I take them pretty seriously and check them for anything that might be useful. And you like being single. Yeah. Yeah. Um, okay, so I don't know. I had an awareness that reality wasn't what people thought it was a long, long time ago. I mean, way back then, I had the awareness that I had a different reality than other people had. I had to keep it under wraps because if I let that out, I was weird and going to be harassed. And Mandela effects were nothing new to me. As a matter of fact, that's the Mandela effect right in front of my eyes. I mean, I was hearing it one way, everybody else was hearing it another way. And I'm like, what's going on here? See what I mean? So, after the 90,000th time of being told that it didn't happen the way I saw it, or it didn't happen the way I heard it, or didn't happen the way that it happened for me, I realized that I just couldn't talk to people about this stuff at all. I was in your dream? Oh, cool, Jackie. Wow, I hope it was good. So, being Mandela affected, I've been what I call Mandela affected for ever since I can remember, and much more so in like a broad way, like a instead of just um personally personal Mandela effects. Now they're out there in the public, and the public is remembering, things differently. So now, when that started happening, I'm there laughing, going, "Welcome to my world, folks. Welcome to my world." There was the guy who was, no, the woman who was talking about her husband hated ketchup. He would never have ketchup. It was absolutely his least fit. He would not eat anything with ketchup on it. So she had been making his lunches for years and never putting ketchup on it, just mustard or mayonnaise. And suddenly he's wondering where the ketchup is, why there's no ketchup on his sandwiches. And she's like, "You hate ketchup." And he's, "No, I love ketchup. I don't like mustard." She's like, "No, you love ketchup. You wait, you love mustard. You hate ketchup. Wait. You love ketchup?" Yeah, she was so confused. And yeah, this guy kept insisting that it had always been that way. There was another man who had a wife and some children by that wife. He had 3 daughters. I remember this poor man. He'd had a wife and 3 daughters that he was estranged from his wife, but he still talked to her. He was divorced, but he still talked to them and he kept in touch with them. And he moved to Australia from, I guess, the US or something. He found out, he started talking to his wife about the 3rd daughter. They never had a 3rd daughter. He's like, "Okay, you're joking with me, right?" "No, never had a 3rd daughter," according to his wife. He's thinking, is she trying to gaslight me for some reason? Is she kidding? Is she, what it is? No, to her, that 3rd daughter was never born. And he's like, "Well, you can't, that can't be. That can't be. you know? How can a whole person just not be there? How can one daughter just be missing? And then he did all kinds of things to find out. He was really alarmed by it, and he had to check it out to make sure that something had happened and he wasn't being gaslit, but he wasn't. There was no record of the third daughter. Now that's where it gets really scary. Yep, you're right, Mark. Hey, BPD. So, hey, BPD. Yeah, so, what do you say to a poor guy like that? He's missing one of his daughters. He has a clear memory of this person. He didn't have anything to gain by telling this story. He wasn't getting paid, you know? Um, as a matter of fact, plenty of people thought he was just a kook, you know? But he was so sincere about it. He was like, I can't explain this. I can't explain this. But it really grieved him that he had had a daughter that now never existed. That is what I call these things, is what I call a personal Mandela effect. And I think the larger public Mandela effects, they're freaky enough, right? I mean, they're pretty darn freaky. But what's worse is when you have a personal Mandela effect and there is absolutely no way to prove it was any different, no way to prove it was how you remember it. And yeah, he couldn't even grieve her property properly. He couldn't, there was no grave or anything because she just never existed. It was like she just blinked out of existence. And he was very, very, very upset about it, very distraught. He also insisted that there was an island near Australia that was gone, missing from the map, that somehow there had been another island, and he remembered it very clear. And when he moved to Australia, he remembered it on the map when he was considering moving to Australia. He remembers that island so clear, but the name of it had faded from his memory. He remembered the shape of it kind of and drew it, but he couldn't remember what it was called. And he remembers he was kind of thinking of moving there, but at the last minute moved to Australia. Well, that landmass just disappeared according to his memory. And then we're talking like this is the never ending story. You remember the nothing eating everything? I mean, you remember when the nothing starts making everything go away? You know, it was kind of like that for this poor guy. Things were disappearing out of his life. And of course, if you go to anybody and try to talk about it, they're going to want some kind of proof, and there is no proof. There's no proof that anything was ever there or that he ever had a daughter, even though he could tell people detail. He described her in detail. That would hurt. So, okay. Anyway, if you have um, any personal Mandela effects, come on up and spill your guts. It is a click-in show tonight. Like I said, we're doing kind of like talk radio, only this is click-in. It's not call-in radio, it's click-in video. So, um, Let me see if it's gonna let me do. No, it's not gonna let me do that. Okay, hang on. Let me get the link again. Okay. Okay. There you go. So yeah, you can come in and Mr. Anderson. Yeah, glitch in the matrix. No shit. Yeah, you were so little to think of that. It is kind of weird. Isn't it kind of a weird thing to okay, Ben, you're in.
Hey, Mama D.
Hey Ben, long time no see.
Yeah, really. Uh, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing famously fantabulous.
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
Right. For the most part, I mean, like I was just recounting the things I'm thankful for this year. I have
Yeah.
a really way nicer place than I had. I have some really nice stuff that I can finally pull out and display because people aren't going to come in and steal it from me like they were in the old hood.
Wow.
And yeah, and I have, so I can decorate my place, finally take out stuff that had been stashed away for years for fear that people would, because people stole a lot of shit from me, really. When I'd take something out to be seen, I had a neighbor who would find some way to steal it.
Wow.
So, um, it was freaky how good she
Yeah.
was. Well, she was supposedly mentally ill, but really good at thieving.
Wow.
And then she would always play dumb, because she was crazy. She didn't know
Absolutely.
anything about it. So she was
Yeah.
dumb. She didn't know anything. And
I'm
here
sorry.
she had my stuff when she left. She ended up in a nursing home and her sisters came and threw all her stuff in the dumpster. Guess what? She had like tons of my stuff in her
Wow.
bedroom, hidden in her bedroom, in her closet and everything. And all of my stuff, it's in a damn dumpster and all effed up, because
That
it's in a
sucks.
effing dumpster. Yeah,
Yeah.
it turned out she didn't do anything but stash it all away and steal it from me. Wow. Well, yeah, she was crazy. She was crazy as F. So,
Yeah.
what do you
We
think
don't.
about Mandela effects?
Mandela effects? Yeah. I've definitely experienced that because, like, the whole thing about what was there was a major one that I don't remember exactly at this time, but Mandela effect was that so there's things that happen that you remember differently than it happened, right?
Right. Basically, then history is now saying it happened.
Yes, yes. Do you
Yes.
do you believe that, or do you believe that they are like kind of changing the facts?
I think maybe there's both. I think maybe there's some of both.
Yeah, because I've
Um, or
me
maybe
and you
because
been
there's a third part of that is that there is also the theory that every choice we make, we go into a different trajectory, a
yeah.
different alternate universe, but
Yes,
we just
ma'am.
mostly don't notice, unless it's very different. And so, is somebody doing it? Could be. Is it that we just made a different choice down somewhere in our past that threw us into a different version of reality? Maybe. Is it that we just our memory is wrong? Maybe. Is it that it was just a typo that somebody screwed up? Maybe.
I
It
think that,
could be so many things.
yeah, I think that the Bernstein Bears is one of the Mandela effects, right?
Right. Right. The Berenstein. Now, my mother did note it. Now, to her, I really wonder about this now because she did say, I remember she said she was the type that she would always proofread the newspaper, right? She would
Yeah,
proofread
yeah,
everything. So she looked and she said, "Oh, they mistyped that. It's the Berenstain Bears.
yeah,
They're saying the Berenstein Bears. It was never that. It was the Berenstain Bears." It's like, okay, mom. Well, it didn't. They were not really part of what I watched. I was a weird kid. I didn't like that kind of stuff. It wasn't.
yeah,
I was too old for that. By that, I was into more adult stuff really quick, so that stuff just did not really appeal to me too much. So it wasn't
yeah,
anything to me. But she remembered it, and she just was correcting it, and she's like, "It's the Berenstain Bears." Ugh. And she was just tisking that, they were typoing all over the place.
yeah. And so that's either a typo or a Mandela effect, you know?
Yeah, it could be a typo or it could be a Mandela effect. Um, so, hey, Chloe, I know Chloe's got some personal Mandela effects. So, and Mark is saying everything has been digitized, even the air. It could have something to do with it. Well, it could.
Absolutely. That's right.
Yeah, that could. That could.
That's right.
Okay, who's brave enough to come in and tell me some of their personal Mandela effects?
Come
What?
on, guys. It's really not that bad.
It's
Really
not
not.
hard. It's not hard to do. You'll just click a link and come back in the back, and then all of a sudden I'll say, "Hey, you're on," and then you'll be on. And
Yeah.
you don't even have to show your face. So, anyway, Ben, what is your favorite, or what is how I like this one, and I'd like to ask the audience too. What is the Mandela effect that really caught you? Like like at first I know we're all kind of going, yeah, the Mandela effect. People just forgetting stuff is what that
Yeah.
is, right? It's what they try
Yeah.
to tell you. What was the one that kind of got you thinking though?
No, I didn't know what it was, so I had to look it up because
Mhm.
so like Mandela was supposedly dead or in jail, right? So I looked
Right.
it up and I saw different but there's not really one that I really held faith in that I was just gutted by, you know. It it's never really happened to me.
Oh, you didn't have ever like one where you went, wait a effing minute, right?
No, man. No, I didn't. I didn't.
Okay. Ah, Andy Groove says the Field of Dreams movie. Now, Andy Groove, did you have the if you build it, they will come, or if you build it, he will come? Which one did you have?
If you build it, they will come because it was supposed to be like the legendary baseball players, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Now it's if you build it, he will come.
Who was he?
Yeah. His father.
What? Really? No
Yeah.
way, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Now
my
it's his
Mandela effect
father.
right now.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And Chloe says being in Orion instead of Sagittarius or okay, you got to come in and tell us about that sometime, baby. Chloe, it's our count countess. By the way, Chloe is the count countess. She's going to be on the show sometime and talk about some of her very interesting life that she's had
Come
as
talk to us.
a Miss Chloe has certainly had an interesting life. Stoned Epiphany Taro, hey, are you doing readings today? No, we're not. This is not a reading show. This is a click in talk show right now. We're talking about stuff. We're talking about Mandela effects as described in the, well, I have it in the description, my friend. So, but you're welcome to stay and talk about that.
Somebody come on and talk to us.
Yeah, you can come in and talk, or anybody can come in and talk as long as they're respectful of other. Remember, when you come in, be respectful of everybody else. Be respectful of the other chatters. Be respectful of the other people who are talking. Let them speak once in a while, and um, you know, don't say a bunch of stuff that's going to get us banned. Don't start running your mouth in a lot of bad directions that are going to get us in trouble. And beyond that, and I will cut you off if you do. So now if you swear a little bit here and there, that's not going to kill anybody. But because we're adults in here, this is not made for children at all.
So
But
you don't swear anymore?
I just said the opposite.
Okay.
I just said it's okay if you swear a little bit, but
All right.
because it's not made for kids.
Yeah. I noticed you saying F instead of, you know, but,
Yeah, I'm just trying not to overdo it because I guess there's an algorithm
really?
that
Wow.
if you say it so many times, they start to think, they start to, but sometimes I will just come out and say what I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and
Yes, ma'am.
you know me that way, you
I
know me.
do. I definitely do.
Sometimes I'll just talk plain.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Miss, what do you offer in your membership? I'm considering joining. Oh, you mean just subbing? You want to just sub? You can just sub. I don't have any paid membership yet. Um, but that may come in the future. I don't have any paid membership yet. But that is a thought. Hey, maybe I should have that. I don't know. Maybe that would be cool. And probably I would offer something like special readings or no, something else. Some private private videos that are not public, maybe.
Yeah.
So hey, we can see you now.
Yeah.
Up. Okay. Love to stay and show support. Thank you. The holes in the ground. Forgot what they're called. The holes in the ground. I'm not sure.
Sinkhole?
Sinkhole? There's a Countess. There's a
Yes.
Countess. Countess Chloe, come on in. Come on in, sister.
Hey, sorry, I'm at work. So it's gonna be like real quick for me.
Okay.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, all of them. So my
Happy
biggest Mandela
Thanksgiving.
effect was coming from Sagittarius to Orion.
So you mean from Sagittarius to Orion, you mean like, the Earth, because the Earth used to
Sagittarius A
be
star.
these
Hold on one
Sagittarius.
second, I'm gonna fix the sound.
Okay.
1 second, I'm sorry. I'm at work, so I was unprepared for this.
Okay. Well, when you gonna be off
So,
work?
y'all
Because you can come
please
in
continue
after.
talking.
What?
Talk. Hold on. I
Okay.
gotcha.
So, when there was a time when supposedly Earth was in the Sagittarius arm. Now we're not. We're in
Okay,
Orion,
can y'all hear me?
in the
Yes, ma'am.
Orion
Yes, ma'am.
vicinity.
My bad.
Go
Can y'all
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, something weird happened there.
Yeah, something did. Something did happen.
Something weird, man. Um, and my community tab It's really good to go to my community tab if you lose the link here, because it's in my community tab and you can click in through that link. But see if we can get Miss Chloe back in here. Hang on a minute, my friends. Here I think she comes again, maybe. Here she comes again. Okay, hang on. There you are. You're on, Miss Chloe.
Yay. Okay. Yeah. So coming from Sagittarius A star to Orion, like the places of the universe, was my biggest Mandela effect.
Right. Wow. Well, that is.
There's not many people I know that remember coming from Sagittarius. Yeah, finding out you're a different spot in the universe is kind of creepy, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Oh, you were here last time. You were here last night. Somebody who's out there now. Yeah. So, that was Monday, right? Monday. Okay.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago.
Jackie says, Star Wars, Luke, I am your father. Yeah. A lot of people got that one. That was huge. Huge. The whole
that was a big one too.
The field, and people don't know how they got there. Sinkholes. Oh yeah, sinkholes. Yeah. I can.
So sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chloe. You know what, Chloe?
I was gonna say I think we got here like Sagittarius people, because Sagittarius is a black hole now. So I think we got like sucked up, or there was like this like something to do with quantum entanglement, where like there was a world event that like crashed our world basically, where it fell apart, and we just like switched over here to Sagittarius land, where everything's weird.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, because we used to be in a different whole arm of the galaxy, the planet.
Yes, and like I remember, I don't know where we are in Orion now, but it was Orion's arm, Orion's belt, and now I think we're going towards another galaxy. I'm not sure what it's called though. I don't remember.
Well, how about our hearts changed locations when I was growing up? It was always on the left, and that's why we put our hand like that, as we were covering our heart. When we did,
there's a lot of body changes. Y'all remember like the kidney punch? People couldn't do the kidney punch. Your kidneys aren't in your back no more. Like not down there. Yes, right. Your heart. You know which one was weird for me too? Was that, you're welcome, the skull eye sockets. Like there weren't eye sockets in the back of your skull where I'm from. Like there wasn't bone back there. There wasn't bone in the back of your eye sockets in your skull. It was just holes. And there's like, I think 5 different like little holes for like sinuses. That wasn't there either.
What about? Hey, I got one. The different taste patterns on your tongue. What's up, Chris? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
I haven't.
Yeah, and now they're different too. Yeah. I heard that too, because they used to have them to where they could say what area your tongue was tasting different tastes, like.
Yeah,
oh yeah, it's not like that no more.
No.
Well, so what's it like now?
All right, bud.
Last I heard, it just wasn't like that. You can taste anything anywhere now.
Oh wow, weird.
That's the last I heard. Very weird.
Yeah, that's strange. That's a strange one indeed. Let's see. What are some more? You know, your feet change too. Like the way people's feet are shaped have changed. There's so many, man. And there's the limbal ring around your eye. Like, you know how you have that little black ring now around the color of your eyeball? We used to not have that. I freaked out when I was like, no way. And I looked and I was like, oh my God. It's crazy.
Have you noticed the cats don't have nictating membranes anymore?
Yes. There's also something else with cats, but I don't remember what it is. Something else really weird.
They can now lie on their back flat where they couldn't when I was a child. Their spines were too curved. They could never lie flat on their
Oh
back.
yeah.
Now they
Yeah, you're
can.
right. Now thinking about that. Yeah. That's weird.
Mhm. Now they do it all the time.
Yeah, little cowboy does.
How does this happen? Folks, how does this happen, right?
See, and I equated all that to being in the different universe, to being in like Sagittarius, from Sagittarius to Orion. Everything was just weird like that all of a sudden when I got here.
Yeah. Well, the minute I got here, it was weird. And that was like when I was a child, I realized this place was effed up. Okay. So that was a long time ago. But then again, time is not necessarily linear. In a more quantum way, time is actually all one, and we just perceive it as linear. So therefore, are some of us perceiving outside of this dimension or outside of time? I mean, you've seen me doing some things that I
Yes.
might well do in the future, but haven't done in the past. Is that an alternative past? Is it an alternative future? How do
Parallel
you answer these
universe? I don't
questions?
know. I don't know. So today I watched a video of from a Bible in 1775, and so you know how there's Ophiuchus, like the 13th zodiac sign, right?
Right.
So supposedly there used to be 13 months, and the years were like 385 days or something like that, and then it all changed because I guess the church. The week starts on Sunday, not on Monday. Right. Because you know how most people say like church day is supposed to be a relaxed day. I think it's church day is Saturday, but now they go on Sunday because it worships the sun god.
Exactly. Now it's the sun god worship. I kept telling people, and that was like 20 years ago. I was saying, hey, you know what? This whole thing looks like sun god worship.
I'm sorry, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And they just like trick people into believing what they want them to believe. Okay, Missy, I gotta go because I'm at work. I just wanted to drop in and say hi. And I love y'all.
Thank you, Chloe.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay, Miss Countess, come in later if you can. Bye-bye.
All right, hun. Love y'all. Bye.
Okay, that's our own Countess Chloe. When she starts counting, you better watch your ass because, stuff's going to happen. Yeah, something is happening. Oh, Epiphany. I think I just got something. You sure you're not a Sagittarius? I'm not sure. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it is why we have blue moons. What topic does it fall under? Falls under strange phenomena, I guess. Because Mandela effects, like I said, started with Nelson Mandela. For most people, whether or not he survived, whether he died in prison or survived and became the leader of his country. Well, in the reality we're in now, Nelson Mandela survived being in prison and got out and became the leader of his country and then died later. But there are so many people that remember him dying in prison. And there are even some people that remember that the bit of him dying in prison was a psyop to raise awareness of him being in prison, to raise money to get him out. Pardon me. I yawn a lot when I do this show. I have no idea why, but I guess I need extra air. So, well, you know what? If you really feel that way, Stone Epiphany, Taro, I might be having a group like that because I have been thinking for a while. I want some private shows that are just people that we know are not going to harass us. Okay. Because one of the things that I really want to do here is provide a place for people who have who are like us, who have been harassed, who are magical types, who have had these strange things happen, and they've been harassed in other shows. And people always think they have some ulterior motive for bringing this stuff up. Most of the time, it's not fun. Okay, guys, it's not fun to be that different person. It's not fun to come forward and say that something weird happened to you. You're going to get all kinds of backlash from that. So you're not gaining when you're telling people, when you're telling the world about this stuff, you're usually not gaining anything. Some people have done pretty well with it, yeah, but it's unusual considering how many people have had strange things happen and they haven't become famous and they haven't made money. As a matter of fact, some of them have even lost their lives. Some of them have lost their relationships, their families, their jobs, some of them their lives. So being an experiencer and telling people about it, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. But the truth is always dangerous if you think back in history. Anytime anybody told big truth, it was dangerous. They got in trouble most of the time. If it went against somebody, the main narrative, they got in trouble. Yeah. Um, oh, how do you handle, you know what? If somebody comes into your tarot reading and says you're going to go to hell and all that, I would say, it's time to boot them. Just boot them and don't think twice about it. Just boot them. You do have mods, right? I have mods in here. If they start getting way out of hand like that, we just click them away, sweetheart. You don't need that shit. You don't need that. You're never going to change anybody like that. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do. I don't argue with people anymore. I don't try to convince them of nothing. I don't give a F if they believe me or don't believe me. I don't care. And the whole reason is it's their choice. It's not, the onus is not on me. You do your own legwork. You do your own research. Whatever you come up with is fine with me, sugar. Okay? But this is what I know. This is what I've lived. This is what I've been through. So what you think, God bless you, and go your way in peace and leave me the heck alone. Because I know what I know. Yeah. Ken F. Rotman, there you go. Yeah, judge not lest you be judged. There you go. Oh, you need to repent. Well, you know what? I really annoy people like that because you know what? I'm God. Hi, I'm God. Guess what? So are you. But you know what? That doesn't make you or me better than anybody because we're all God. And you think you can scare me? I'm God. Sorry. Sorry about your luck. You cannot scare me with hell. You cannot scare me with this or that or the other thing. I have put spirit and entities in their freaking place, which is out of our reality. I will do that. I can do that. You know why? Because I'm God. You can do it too because you're God too. Because all we are is God having experiences. Now that's my truth. And if you have some other truth, that's fine. You don't have to have my truth. You don't have to believe me at all. But it sure works that way for me. Okay? That's the way it works for me. If it don't work that way for you, that might be your life. That might be your reality. I don't really care. You go live your life. This is the wrong place for people like that. So you go have fun somewhere where people agree with you. Okay. Spells are real. Well, yeah, but you can break them pretty easily. It's all energy. Okay. If they keep they're harassing you. You need some mods, and you need some mods that click them away fast. Okay. And I mean, the minute they get that shit out of their mouth, the minute it flies out onto the page, they need to be gone. I went through that period. After a while, they quit. Okay. After a while, when they find out they're getting nothing from you except booted out, it's over. See, I'm coughing because I'm telling some truth. I'm clearing something out. Yeah. There are times when I had that on my show, I went through that. And we just kept clicking them out. Boop, you're gone. Oh, yeah? Boop, you're gone. Oh, yeah? Boop, you're gone. Never a word, not a word, not a word. Not even a goodbye. Not even a goodbye, God bless you. Just boop. Could be a robot anyway, you don't know. Could even be a robot. These people, some of these people just have bots to harass people with. You know, me, I don't give a damn. If you are in here and being disruptive, I don't need your business, okay? My people in here deserve better respect than that. The people that listen to me here deserve respect. And if you don't give them that, you're gone. Yeah, you can break that stuff. That's right, Mark. Just like that, boop, gone. You're gone. You have to make a whole nother Abby then. Boop, that's gone too. You didn't even get the pleasure of goodbye. Nothing. Hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of women. It's interesting about the middle of life. When the Kundalini starts to rise, you, if it encounters a blockage, it'll make you sick in that area. Okay. And so you'll have to clear that out in order to get better. I, for a long time, was stifled and couldn't tell my truth. Many, many women start getting lung and throat and so on issues, whereas men get heart issues. That's usually where they have their blockages. Many times men have a heart blockage of some kind because of the way things go with men. With women, a lot of times they don't feel they can say what they need to say. And so they have issues with their throat and lungs and breathing apparatus. So um, it's just, yeah. So, yeah, I'm clearing something. And really, I find I have to cough sometimes and then it clears up. You just let yourself get that stuff out of you. Mhm. Yeah, you can break them. You know what? Um, yeah, but it bites. The harp that doesn't play. Yeah. Yeah. If the dark magic was really all powerful, they wouldn't have to build all the apparatus. Right, exactly. They're building the apparatus because it doesn't really work on everybody, does it? Mm-mm. Matter of fact, for a long time, negative entities, it's like they'd show up and I'd say, "Oh, gee, you want to end, right? You want it to be all over for you. Okay, well, get rid of you." And some things have shown up around here and they've done some damage, and I get rid of them and they're freaking gone. I had some things one time that were attacking me en masse, and they were just dying upon contact. Okay, you will get to a point in your life when you're strong enough that any minor thing flying at you is just going to off itself on your shield. You can shield yourself. That's one of the first things is you imagine the white bubble around yourself, and then you imagine the copper bubble and the silver bubble and the gold bubble, you know, covering the white bubble is covered with a copper bubble, is covered with a silver bubble, is covered with a gold bubble, and that's your shield. You can put yourself in a Merkaba field. Um, you can grid your home. You can wear special jewelry for that. But the thing that's really going to help you the most is your attitude of not being afraid and not allowing the fear of that to enter you. They're looking for a specific response from you. If they don't get the right response from you, they will give up. That's what I said. You just take these people and click away. Don't even talk to them. Click, boop, 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 gone. Don't give them any energy at all. Nothing. Don't give them a dang thing. That's what you do. Been coughing my lungs out each morning lately because they are spraying. Yeah, that's another thing. They are spraying the shit out of people. Really, I do have to warn you. I got that as a big message. They're spraying the cities. They're spraying the cities on a regular basis. They may be spraying some other areas too. They're definitely spraying the cities. Please stay out of the cities. I also have another insight to that. There are some of us that when we moved into the city, which I did for a while, when we moved into the cities, we started to get sick because of the shit they're spraying. Okay. So that agenda is still being carried out by minions, even though the big guys are gone. It's still on the schedule until we get rid of all of the little flotsam and jetsam and crapola little minions. Some of this stuff is going to go on, unfortunately. But as soon as we get them taken care of, that's going to end. Okay, so have no doubt that that's going to end. Just not yet. So be careful. Now, let me tell you something, though. They can't spray over my area. They can't now. People have stood there next to me and stared in amazement, their mouths open. Those damn planes come our way with their damn atmospheric injections. And then when they get toward my area, that shit cuts out. And it goes back to just being a normal contrail that doesn't linger. And then after it leaves my area, they're spraying again. What does that tell you? You don't have to put up with this shit, okay? And if everybody would finally get this through their heads and would finally take up their power, they wouldn't be able to do this anywhere. Okay? I wish you would. I wish you would. I would love to help you do that. Well, moldy wart, Voldemort, moldy wart, be running some volts through. Yeah. Um, They spray, and a lot of the times it drifts and passes it, into the ocean like the ocean really needs it. Yeah, there are very different things that they're several different things that they're trying to do. Um, and you guys in Australia, you're really hit. I'm sorry. And Taro, we'll talk if you want. I have other videos about this and where I do a whole lot of things, talk about a whole lot of ways. We've had attacks every kind of way on this show. We've had attacks right on the show. We've been attacked and had to deal with it. Okay, right on the show, live. So I've been through all that crap. I'm still here though. So, you know, oh yeah, that's for a different show. All of that about who's spraying why and what and who and everything, that's a different show, my dear. That's a different maybe we'll talk about that again sometime, but we've already talked that over. Most of us know that, but know about that, but we can talk about it at some point. You mean like government? Government? You glad that you found my channel? Well, thank you. A lot of people say that. A lot of people that stay here, you know why? Because they're understood. We're no bullshit here. We have all been through shit. We've all seen shit. We've lived it. Okay, we're not just talking the talk. We've walked the walk. We walk the freaking walk, all right? Most of us in here walk the walk, and we're not being put off by anybody. Anybody. Anybody tries to tell me my business as a shaman, it's like, what right do they have to do that? I've already worked it out, you know. I know where I'm going because I died. Oh, do you know where you're going after you die? Yes, I freaking well do. Because I've been dead. How do you like them apples? Want me to tell you what happens after you die? You want me to tell you about it? Ooh, it's gotta be some trick of the devil. Whoa. Okay, Scary Mary, just go on your way, please. And I hope that you get some enlightenment because it's really scary where you are. I mean, these people are frightened, you know? If you believed your God was all powerful, what would you be afraid of? Ever? Who do they really believe has more power? Well, listen to them. Yeah. Or they, so they pretty much believe that their dark entity has equal or sometimes even more power over humans. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry about I'm sorry about all that for you. Sorry for you. But no. Once you realize that you have that spark of God, therefore you are God. Once you realize you sit in the stillness, remember, be still and know that I am God. Follow the freaking directions. Sit there, be still, and then know I am God. Wait a minute. And when that happened to me, I'm there. Wait a minute. I am God. Wait a minute. I'm God. Wait a minute. I am God. Those are the instructions. Be still and know that I am God. Who is God? I am. And nobody teaches you that way. Nobody teaches it that way. Why? Because it's too empowering. But when you realize if you're an eternal being, what more do you have to do but have experiences? So you're an eternal being. What are you going to do? Sit around and play the harp all day? No. You're going to want to find out what you can do, what you can create, an infinitely creative creator. What would they do? Create stuff. Come on. And so what are we? We're the creator creating stuff from a human viewpoint. And we've been told this over and over and over by sages throughout time that reality is an illusion. We are creating this. God is within. Salvation is within. Jesus Christ is coming back, but his name was never Jesus, and he's actually a part of you. He actually dwells inside, not on the outside. If there is an event where it's an outside occurrence, that'll be kind of interesting, don't you think? But really, it's usually an inside job. It's the Christed soul of the human being. It's the person with the light, the enlightened or lit enlightened soul. A person who is waken up, is wakened. Not woke, but wakened. Yeah, the chemtrails got bad, yep. So here's the thing. If you're God, you have authority over everything. So is God going to be mad if you say the F word? Are you mad if you say the F word? You're God. Here's the thing. You may be sensitive enough that you don't want to alarm other people. Or maybe you just want your channel to stay on the air. That's different. Okay, that's a little different. But really, nobody's going to die because you say something like that. I mean, some of these snowflakes that act like, oh, that's violence because you misgendered them or some crap. You know, oh, that's violence. They'll beat you up over that. You know, it's like nobody's going to die from that. Okay, just try to be understanding. I try to be understanding. But if you're gonna get dicey with me, I'm just not gonna be want to be around you. And if you're on my channel, disrupting my channel, you're gonna be clicked away, and that's just the end of that. So just don't do it, dude. Just don't do that. And everything will be nice. Be nice to each other. Be kind to each other. You know why? Because it helps society function better. Politeness isn't just bullshit that we made up. Being polite to each other makes society function. Dipshit. Okay? So these dipshits that are doing all of this bullshit, it's like you're making society misfunction. That's the problem. It isn't any moral authority. I don't care about any moral authority saying everything's right, everything's wrong. Bullshit. It's making society misfire. And if you're doing that, you're affecting all of us. And your feelings are not where my rights end. Okay? My rights are my rights. Your rights are your rights. If you're having problems with something, you do have the freedom to leave. There you go. And we do have the freedom to kick your ass. So far. Let's hope it always stays thus. Anyway, science tries to make us all feel, yep, Ken, science tries to make us all feel insignificant and just a speck in the universe. And we all come from monkeys. And the moon just happens to be a certain distance and a certain size and a certain just the perfect. That's just all coincidence. And it's all just coincidence and there's so freaking many coincidences. And there's so many stars that we must be all alone. You know what? With that many chances in a lottery, we'd all be multimillionaires by now. If we had that many stars, as many chances in a lottery as there are stars, we would all freaking be winners. Ding, 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 ding. Come on. Do the odds right. I mean, if you're going to tell me the odds, then tell me the odds in the right way. And the right way is if I had those kind of odds in a lottery, I'd be rich. If I went gambling, I'd want those kind of odds. All right? If I was out gambling and I had billions and billions and billions of chances for a winner, I'd be like, cool, I'm going to walk out of here with my pockets full. I'm going to need a wheelbarrow to take out my winnings. So don't you think there is life in the universe? There's life every freaking where. I've walked around. I've done RV. I can do RV. Okay. This is why I say learn to remote view. Prove it to yourself. Take a walkabout. Find out. I did that when I was a kid. I was a kid. I took a walkabout. I looked out there. I remember telling my mom looking at me saying, do you think that there are other life in the universe? And I'm like, well, you asked me a question. So I just kind of not realizing how unusual this was. I just kind of set myself out there and I saw people absolutely everywhere. Then I said, oh, yeah, space is full of people. They're everywhere. Yeah. No, yeah. My mom just laughed, thought it was funny. Well, they're everywhere. There's life everywhere, basically. Everywhere, just all over the place. So, of course, this is bullshit that they tell us. This is to control us, and it's bullshit. And that's another reason they don't want us taking up our power, because if we take up our power, then we can see this for ourselves. We don't have to believe their bullshit. Okay, once we get empowered, once we start to get our gifts back, our natural gifts, these are our natural gifts. They're not even they're not even really superpowers, although I call them our godlike superpowers. They're not even really our godlike superpowers. We're supposed to have these. People out in the universe have these abilities, okay? They're all telepaths. Almost all of them are telepaths. Almost all of them can do at least the mind speak stuff. And there's a lot of other abilities too that we can have too, that they've got. So, yeah, we've been cut off from all that. It's not going to last. We're getting those back. They're sliding back in. As soon as they start to lose control, we start developing them again because they're supposed to be there. Okay? We're supposed to have them. The only reason we don't have them is because it's been artificially stunted. Okay? And we're going to have all that. We're going to have all the same stuff that they have in every other civilization out there. We're going to have all that eventually. So it's one of the things I'm doing on this channel. I'm encouraging you to take up your power. I'm encouraging you to push the limits a little bit and find out what you can do. I'm trying to help you, give you the techniques, give you the ways to to do some of this stuff that you think is impossible, because it's not impossible. I was lucky. When I was young, I saw a lot of examples of things that were impossible, but they happened. I was very fortunate. I realized that. I realized I was most fortunate than a lot of people. My dad actually healed my dog that was paralyzed. His back legs were paralyzed. I watched that happen. My parents went to a faith healer. I watched people get healed every Sunday. Okay? I watched that. Some of them were people I knew. I knew they weren't lying. One of them was my mother. Was it a lie? No. People were getting healed. Was it the woman who said she was doing the healing? No, she always said it was the Holy Spirit. What's the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit is the operational part, the part that actually uh, does it is actually the creative part of God, the part that manifests things. So, and it's in you and me. So, yeah, they're making us feel insignificant for power, for the purposes of power. Oh yeah, show me the spoon bending thing and explain it, please. Okay, I bend forks, actually, but I have to be in the right frame of mind to do it. I actually have had some forks, but people have gotten it's funny when I moved. One of my people that was helping me move, I asked them where, oh, I got rid of them. They were just, you know, I thought something terrible happened to them, must have happened to these forks. But I bent them, but I had to be in a particular mood to do that. I had to be in a particular mindset. Because you have to convince yourself that what you've been told all your life and conditioned to believe isn't true. Okay, and you have to be in a high enough vibration. But when I am, I can do that shit. Yeah. I was like I said, I I made a 6-hour trip in 2.5 hours one time because I wanted to. I actually did something. It was like I must have teleported practically, or actually did something, altered time, did something. Because I got down there and the person was like, "You can't be here yet. Did you call me on the how did you call me from a payphone or something?" This was before we all had phones. It's like, "No." It's like, I thought you were calling me from I was calling you from home. You can't be here yet. It's too far." It's like, "No, I just really wanted to be here." It's like, "Wow, how did you do that?" It's like, "I don't know. I used to be able to do that stuff if I really wanted to. I could turn invisible. People wouldn't notice me until I moved, usually. Then after I moved, sometimes they'd notice me, or if I said something, they'd notice me. But yeah, I used to be able to do that. Now, some of it I've kind of lost. And I'm still, well, I don't believe I really lost it. I believe it just kind of got buried somehow or turned down. And I think I got some ideas how that happened. But yeah, I used to do the craziest stuff you wouldn't even believe. And when me and my friends would get together, we'd be able to do the crazy, even crazier stuff than that. We've done crazy stuff in here. You wouldn't believe. Right on this show. You know what? Yeah, someday I would like to be able to do that again. Yeah, I haven't really been doing that kind of thing, but that physical phenomena type stuff. Um, you're gonna laugh, but the last place that I did that, I was in very, very high spirits because I absolutely loved being at this place. It was this place I used to go for karaoke at, like a bar and grill. and I would get myself pretty tipsy and sing karaoke, and we all had a wonderful time down there. It was a great place. They changed it. It changed hands, and then it just went kinda to hell. But I remember the last time I did the bending, I bent their stuff and I bent it right in front of people. I just took a fork because the spoon was too boring, and, you can't be like everybody else. Besides, fork has a much more interesting it's much more interesting. So I just took the fork and just held it up and just went, "Mm," and it wasn't like just it melted and fell over, it was more like I took the tines and went, "Shoo, shoo," or I took it and went it and bent it around. I bent it around this one girl's made made a bracelet out of it. She's she probably still has it somewhere if I ever see her again. Yeah. But but I was in a very good mood, I was just in the right mood, and I was just wasted enough that I wasn't disbelieving, and that's how I can also tell you it doesn't matter if you drink, doesn't matter if you smoke, doesn't matter blah, 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 blah. That's all bullshit, okay? What matters is your vibration, how you're feeling, and the frame of mind you're in. And I was in a happy frame of mind. I wanted other people to be happy too. They were so happy when I did that. I remember one guy that took the one of the forks that I bent, and it made him mad because he didn't believe in that stuff. And he grabbed one of the forks that I bent, and he says, "Here's how you bend a fork." And he took and he did this thing where he put it against the table or against the bench or something, and he went like that to break it, to bend it to break it, and you know what? He couldn't break that damn fork. He tried so hard. I said, "What, you having trouble with that?" He ended up swiping that. He ended up stealing it and taking it back with him. I bet he was trying to break it all night. But I said, "You know what you did? Is you took it out of my hand. Now it's not sure what it is, what state it's in. I had it all convinced that it can bend any time it wanted to, and now you're trying to break it, and it's not listening to you." And he was just so upset. He was so upset that he couldn't break that fork. You know? I said, "No, it wants to bend. I convinced it to bend." It's so funny. So, yeah, I had stuff like that. It was great. It was great. Those were great days, let me tell you. But people didn't believe it. I mean, unless they saw it. And then they were going, "Oh, y'all are drunk. You didn't know what you see, and it was a trick." Okay, fine. I don't care. Big Justin! Long time no see, dude. Chasing those girls again, Big. Ah, yes, I'm chasing some running. Every day crazier than the last. Okay. So, I'm trying to talk about Mandela Effect. We always change topics, don't we? We always start out with a topic. It's a pretty damn good topic, and then we always end up going like right off course, but it's okay, I guess. Does anybody want to talk about Mandela effects? Big Justin, do you want to come in and tell us about your favorite Mandela effects? Anybody want to tell me what theirs are? I'll put the link out again. There. Mhm. A little bit of hiding. That's funny. Yeah, you're funny. My Mandela effect, I gotta tell you, I've had personal Mandela effects that just, I'll tell you right now, my husband, when I left him, was a different man than the one I married. Yes, he was not the same guy. It freaked me out so bad. I didn't know what was going on, but I just knew he wasn't the same guy. So, and there are all kinds of ways women have of telling that kind of thing. Hmm. Timeline shifts. I think a lot of times they are, because we're told that when you make that we make shifts all the time, tiny ones. And the reason we don't notice is because they're so tiny. They're very similar to the last place we were. But then if we make really big ones, then we can find ourselves in a really different place. And there are a few times where I said, doggone, I'm going to make a great big shift. I want to see it. Boy, did I see it. I saw it all right. I had buildings appear and disappear before, right off the interstate and right on the interstate, right in my neighborhood, right out of my neighborhood. It's like, no way, you're kidding, right? No. Things just disappearing, just blinking out of existence and nobody remembering it. Places that I went millions of times. Seemed to me. Places I went as a kid millions of times don't exist. You're thinking, oh, it's because you're a kid. Blah, 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 blah. No. You remember different. No. No. It was never there. It was never there. Look in the records, it was never there. People around, no, it was never there. Other people don't remember. Yeah, shit like that. Yeah. But the one that really got me of the big ones was Ed McMahon. In my generation, that's all we saw on TV. We saw a million of Publishers Clearinghouse commercials. We saw them all the time. They were on TV all the time. You get sick of seeing Publishers Clearinghouse commercials. And Ed McMahon was always standing outside of somebody's door with a great big check. Except where we are now, that didn't happen. That never happened. Ed McMahon never did that. Never was associated with them. What? Now that was like, wait a minute, hold the presses. That's my whole childhood. My whole childhood. My whole childhood and up into young adult. Ed McMahon was giving away these super huge checks and surprising people, although I always suspected that they were called in advance so they wouldn't faint. But be that as it may. But in this reality, none of that ever happened. Okay. I mean, the other stuff I could kind of see, well, maybe memory. Well, maybe typos. Well, maybe whatever. But that? No, no, no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. So I even have some memories. Like I said, I have some memories that fixes the Mandela. Do you know what your brain will do? Or your brain? I don't even want to say it that way. Your mind. What you're programmed to do is you're programmed to fill in the blanks. That's why you can look at these pictures, some of these pictures that are not complete, and you can see a complete picture. You can test this on yourself. There's types of art that do that, you know? You will complete the picture. Okay? Your mind will complete the picture, but it's an incomplete picture. And you also can see a duck where it's a woman, and you can also see a skeleton where it's a woman looking in the mirror, and you can also see two vases or two faces, and you can also see all that. Okay, but you can also have it to where when there's discontinuity in your timeline, your mind will start to make up reasons why it's just perfectly normal, nothing to see. Just go about your business and everything's fine. You know, it's hypnosis. It's hypnosis. Adding the big check and the balloons. Yeah, exactly. G strings in the middle of the night. Yeah, I don't think they're all from CERN. You know why I don't think they're all from CERN? Unless it doesn't matter when they made CERN, because I was having these before CERN. Before CERN. Long before. I was having this. You know what I think it is? Yeah, they might be doing some stuff with CERN. Yeah, I think they probably are. Or HARP, or lots of other things. Yeah, they're probably fucking around. But some of it is, like I said, your mind is trying to fill things in to make it normal so you can go on living without going nuts, okay? Or without appearing to go nuts. Some of it's that. Some of it is how to explain that? Hmm. Okay. A lot of times, like I changed some things that were pretty hard to change. Most of my life, if you were on a diet and you were trying to get healthy, there were certain things that were absolutely you could not have. One of them was chocolate, and that pissed me off. And I remember turning to Bob, who was my spouse at the time, and I said, Bob, I'm going to know that I'm getting my powers, my superpowers, my godlike super, because I was talking about it even back then. And that was years ago. That was over 20 years ago now. I said, I'm going to get my powers back. I'm getting my powers back when chocolate becomes a health food. And I don't mean I don't mean just okay to eat, but actually a health food. And that and I'm going to further add to that they're going to recommend it as a healthy part of a diet. Well, then came cacao, which is chocolate. And they're touting cacao. Oh, cacao is very healthy. Chocolate, not so much, but cacao is very healthy. Okay, so chocolate became healthy. Is it a Mandela effect, or did I do that? I think I did it, actually. So, if we're creators, do we create these Mandela effects sometimes? Maybe we do. Think about that. Think that maybe you created some of these Mandela effects. Okay? But what if we are noticing because we're beginning to wake up from the programming? Because about the time that I'm hearing about other people knowing about the Mandela effects is about the time that everybody's starting to wake up, but they're kind of groggy yet. Everybody's kind of groggy yet. I mean, like when you first wake up. And they're just starting to wake up and they notice, wait, and the mind control is beginning to fade a little bit. It's not as got as firm of a grip. And people are saying, wait a minute. No, that isn't right. No, I remember something different. Is it that we're changing? Our heart's in a different place. Our consciousness is in a different place. It was always happening. What if it was always happening? But we were hypnotized, programmed, our minds were mind controlled to make a pretty story out of it that fit. But now that's beginning to erode. That's beginning to fall apart. And when it falls all the way apart, then what happens? You look at the world and you go, this whole place is this is a fucking game. This is a simulation. They really don't want you to think about that. Okay? They really don't want you to realize that. They really don't want you to think, hey, what if I'm doing this? Whoa. They really don't want you to think you have some power. You have the power to do that? Do we have the power? There was a tsunami gonna hit the West Coast. One of our friends was over there. One of my friends called me and said, so and so's over there. There's a tsunami warning. What are we gonna do? I said, there is no tsunami warning. We're going to decide that we don't want a tsunami and it's going to, there's no tsunami. No. Guess what? By the time and I heard her on the phone because I had one of those phone answering machines. I heard her. And then by the time I called her again, I looked at it online and I said, it's been called off. The tsunami warning has been called off. And she says, no, there's a tsunami just now. There's no, dear. No, the tsunami warning has been called off. And she's like, well, no, well, I said, go look. She looks online. She goes, it's been called off. I said, yeah. Well, we wanted it to be called off, didn't we? She said, yeah. I said, yeah, I just decided it was going to be that way. It was not going to hit. And she pauses, and I could hear her on the other end of the phone thinking, and she's like, are we really that powerful? And I said, well, you tell me. Apparently we are. And she just said, whoa, I don't know if I'm quite ready for that. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know if I am either, but I like it. And I think I'm going to go with that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Scotty. It's one of the first ways that people know that things ain't quite the way they think they are. And that's why I think it's a good thing. It's one of the first signs that most people get that things ain't the way they think they are. That maybe things are different than what they've been told. And that's a good thing. Hard candy is staring at me again. Am I up to this? Hold, Mark. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I'm looking at this like I have been Mandella affected all my life. If it was CERN, then it traveled back in time. But no, my own opinion is this has been happening forever. Maybe it's been happening. Maybe they have been changing things. But I think it has been changing forever. I think there have been changes, big and small, changes that we've done, maybe without knowing it, changes that other people have done, maybe without knowing how they did it. Some of them with knowing how they did it, because there are other ways to change it without CERN. CERN is just an artificial way to do it. But there are completely organic ways to do this sort of thing. So it may just augment that. It may be more of an augmentor. But yeah, that's my point of view right now. Is Mandela Effect, the stuff was always happening. We never noticed. We were programmed not to notice. And so we didn't notice. Okay? That's all there was to that. We didn't notice because we were programmed not to notice. And our brains, our minds, our beautifully vast consciousness, giving the imperative to make it fit with the reality that we were told, somehow did make it fit. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay? That's what I think is going on. Could we change it back? Well, probably we could, actually. But would we go back to the universe that we were in where that whatever was going to happen in that universe would happen? Because really, when I was growing up, we were on a radioactive war timeline. We were on an atomic war timeline. They were really trying to foster that. They were really trying to bring that on. And there were so many people that were fighting that, that did not want that, we were writing all kinds of songs and doing all kinds of things to avoid that, right? So they had to switch tactics and come up with all these other ways that the world was going to end, hoping we'd manufacture that. And you know what? I bloody refuse to manufacture any of those ways. I'm not going to help them with any of it. I'm not going to help them with any of the ways that the world ends. As a matter of fact, for me, the world does not end. There is no end of the world. And guess what? Other people are finally agreeing with me now, too. It's not the end of the world, just the end of the world as we know it. The world is not going to end. We are not going to end with a thermonuclear war. We are not going to end because of pole slip. We're not going to end from a solar flare. We're not going to end from blah, 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 blah. We're not going to end from any of that. In my world, in my reality, and you can have your own if you really want. Somebody got really mad at me when I said, for me, the poles ain't flipping. I'm not prepared for that. I'm not going to prepare for that. It isn't happening. They got very upset and defriended me over it. Okay, you go and have your whole pole flipping experience. You have your flipping experience. My poles ain't gonna flip. I'm not gonna go through that. I do not want to see the aftermath. I do not want to clean that mess up. Okay, I do not want to experience that. I decide I'm not going to. I am saying right now, it is not happening to me. It can happen to you if you want it. You couldn't get it. You just couldn't get it. You're staring down the barrel of a pecan pie. There are a lot of worse things you could be. Hey, Andrea. Someone ate it all. Was it you? Hey, Andrea Hector. Hey. There's the Countess. The Countess is here. Yeah, the heck with pole shifting. I'm just not feeling like it. Maybe pole dancing. Might go for that. Not go for that. No, maybe when I get stronger, I'll try a little pole dancing. I don't know. But not pole flipping. Oh, you're still at work. Okay. Okay, love. Hi, my Scotty Chahadi. Yes. Yes. You guys are wild. I love you guys. I really do. You guys make me laugh all the time. You make me smile. You make me laugh. I just love you. I just love y'all. Okay. Anybody wanting to come up here and talk? It's not hard. You just click the link. It'll bring you back to the back stage. And then I'll let you in and you can talk. And you don't have to show your face if you're not feeling like it. There. Yeah, high vibes are underrated. That's true. Mm-hmm. Oh, funny. Yeah, the whole thing is if we really start admitting to ourselves that we are more powerful than we've been led to believe, at some point, I guess the scary part is you have to hold yourself responsible for some of the bullshit that happened in your life. Somehow or other, you agreed to it. And then there comes the point where we have to forgive ourselves for being so crazy as to come to this crazy fucking freaked out planet and try to do something, right? I mean, sometimes I do have to forgive myself. I have to offer myself the same forgiveness I would give somebody else. It's like, why the fuck did I come here? This place is crazy inside out, backwards, upside down. Okay, but and then I put myself through all this. Why? Well, I must have had a reason. But it's not just forgiving other people, it's forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself for the things you didn't understand at the time. Because there are truly things that it's really hard to understand why they happen. But you must have done it. If you're God, you must have agreed to it on some level. So, really, I think that may be harder. One of the hardest parts is admitting to yourself that you must have had some kind of idea that this was going to help you or you were going to learn something from it or something. Like these little fucking gnats that have been around my place. They are so tiny. They get up your nose. They really get up your nose. Pardon me. Why ever I created them, I don't know. But it really gets up my nose. Oh, there was an Isby. That's right. There was an Isby that'd show up funny, once in a while. Have to stay high vibe to stay alive. Yeah, that's true. Isby. Okay, hang on. Let me get Ken up here.
Hello.
There you go.
G'day, Dee. How you
Hey, good day.
Long time no see. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you've been away a bit.
on camera, but yeah, I'm on about my 7th channel now. I keep getting terminated.
Right.
But got to keep slogging on. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty full on year it was. I've been lived in 3 destinations in 1 year. But yeah, I was living on an island off the grid for a little while. Now I'm back where I was a year ago. Well, a year and a bit ago. Yeah, so all's good, I guess. Yeah, I lost my beagle along the way. She had to get put down. My Annie dog. But still got Bruno. It's a hot day. He's under the caravan. Yeah, cooling off. Yeah.
What's your favorite Mandela effect, my friend?
I got a few of them. See, back in the early 90s, I was getting right into conspiracies and all that. We didn't have the internet, but we had lots of books, and you could order videos about any subject. And me and a mate, we used to study all this stuff, the moon landings being faked, and JFK. And we're studying the JFK footage, and my mate had a theory that it was the guy on the right in the car turned around and shot him. The guy next to the driver.
That there were multiple shooters, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and we were watching that footage over and over, and I'm going, I don't know, you can't really tell. And it looked like he was shot twice. It looked like they just had a device in his head that exploded his head or something. I don't know. But the thing I remember the most is there were only 4 people in the car, and now there's 6 people in the car.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor and his wife of Dallas. I don't ever remember them being in the car. It was like,
a 6-person car. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, it was only a 4-person car originally.
I remember.
Yeah, because
I remember being very confused.
Yeah.
To hear it was a 6-person car. And I remember that they had a 6-person, and then I had both memories. I have memory of both memories, both things happening.
Thanks, Jackie. Yeah. I'm an Aussie. Yeah. No, because I remember the mate I was studying with, he was right into conspiracies of every sort. He used to buy this Nexus magazine, and then he became a born-again Christian, and now he's a fanatic atheist. And he thinks I'm a total nutter with everything I think and believe, especially about God. But I put it, I was talking about the Mandella Affect, and he was laughing his head off, going, again, you're mad. You just remember things different. And I said, well, okay, how many people are in the JFK car? Remember we were studying that? He goes, 4. I go, yeah. Have a look now, there's 6. And he's going, what? And he was left speechless. He didn't even have a comeback for it. And I was going, well, it must have been 6.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. I know.
I'm right about a lot of things over the years, and, I was a fanatic about preaching against fluoride in the water in the 80s, and in the 70s I was preaching against aspartame, diet drinks, fake sugar.
Yep.
Chemical.
Me too.
Crap.
Same here with all that.
Yeah.
Trying to tell people, hey, it ain't good.
I'm still doing it. I'm still saying don't drink that Diet Coke or Pepsi or, oh, God. They think that they're going to lose weight, and it actually gains weight. Chemicals do that. I was a painter for, since the 70s, and all through the 80s, I was fat as, I was overweight, People used to call me Danny DeVito, or, I used to get fat jokes all the time. Plus, I was going bald, and all these ones used to mock me being fat, and going bald. They're now fat and bald, and I'm skinny as a rake. Who's laughing now? But it was only when I gave up painting that I started instantly to lose. 3 years I lost all that weight to a normal weight, and I knew it was the chemicals containing fluids and toxins, and plus I started cooking for myself instead of buying takeaway crap, and not drinking soft drinks anymore. Just simple changes, and
no more soft drinks here. Nothing.
Yeah. Oh, they're so sweet now. I just had a Coca-Cola earlier, but that's like a rare treat, in a glass bottle. I won't drink plastic crap.
Yeah, that's another thing. Trying to tell people about the microplastics.
Yeah. I mean, it's in everything. All these activists ban oil, ban these. Everything they have is made of oil. The clothes they wear, synthetics. The telephone, the camera they got, everything's made from petroleum, and plastic, is from oil. So, how, they don't even make any sense when they're going, save the planet, and yet they're using everything made of plastic.
So, did you hear it? Mirror, mirror, or magic mirror?
Mirror, mirror, yeah, always was. Yeah.
How bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I always heard it the other way.
Magic mirror.
Yep.
Oh, you did hear magic mirror. Yeah. Oh.
Well, and the thing is, I heard it at the same time as other people were hearing mirror, mirror.
Because I remember mirror, mirror, but I remember Berenstein bears, not stain.
And I remember stain.
See, that's when no one's wrong with the Mandella effect, because
Yeah.
No one's actually wrong. It just depends on how you remember.
Depends on which reality you were in at the time. Which dimension, which version of reality were you in at the time?
And the other thing was, I believed JFK was assassinated in 1966, right up until like the mid 70s, and then suddenly I was being told, no, it was 63, and I go, but I always thought it was 66 for some reason. I don't know. That's one, a thing I had before Mandela Effect was a term.
You remember when that first space shuttle? Do you remember the day that first space shuttle blew up? You remember that day?
Challenger.
The Challenger.
Yeah, 7 people allegedly were on that helium rocket.
That was the day I died.
Oh, wow.
That was the day of my accident where I died. My heart stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I had all the experiences. And guess what? That date has been Mandela affected various times for me. It's been different dates. The date has changed of my death. Over and over, several times. It's about 4 different times it's changed.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
The day that I got married changed. My wedding date changed.
Wow. I knew a guy, I hadn't seen him on the internet for a long time. Bluebeard, his name was. And I first found him because he claimed the Mandela effect took his 3 kids away. He just woke up one day and they didn't exist.
Oh my God, another one. He's the one. Oh yeah, he's the one with the 3 that all his kids were gone.
Yeah. And
one guy, just one of the daughters, but this guy, all 3 of his kids. Yeah, I remember that.
And his wife doesn't remember him, his family or friends, and But he started seeing UFOs the last time I started watching videos of his, about 2 years ago. And he was out in his backyard, and he kept film, he kept seeing them. He was filming them, like they were fair way off, but it's like, well, he's not making up that, so I think I actually talked to him a couple of times on a friend of mine's stream, Rachel Reenstra. She's from Queensland. Not Rachel Reenstra. Joanne Stream. Yeah, Joanne Stream.
Wait a minute. You know what? I just thought of something, and this is really freaky.
I think he was on Rachel's channel.
It was freaking Blackbeard that. Oh, and that was another change. And I remembered it differently. Because there was a time when he only lost one of his kids. But then I remember it flipped and he lost all three. It's the same guy.
Yeah,
oh my God, he got Mandella Affected twice.
He's in Queensland, or his health wasn't too good. I don't
That
know.
was him. Oh my God.
Yeah, I used to talk to him on a stream. I think it was Joanne's. Yeah, interesting guy.
I had a friend who had 3 different husbands.
Wow.
You think that that's freaky? She had 3 different husbands with 3. Now she said now most people wouldn't notice the differences, but she would because she's his wife. And he had 3 different types of packages. So one version of him wasn't him. One version of him was very different from another version of him. She had 3 different ones.
Like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Right. She was pretty freaked out. Yeah, she was, she became very, very paranoid though, and she was also gang stalked. She was very paranoid, and I don't blame her. And eventually you do get crazy from that stuff.
You sometimes
start to get crazy.
If they aren't being targeted and voice to skull tech might be used, I don't know. I've heard a few people who that's happened to.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if Bluebeard's on the. It's all these weird sounds next door. They're using all these different.
I'm hearing all this weird noise. Is that you? That's not you?
It's sort of like a.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's outside. It's been going all afternoon. I don't know what it is. It's just weird. No, I can't find his channel.
Maybe aliens are finally coming. Yeah, maybe they're finally coming for us. You know what? No. I'm not going to be upset because I've already met some of them. I went, I was in Max Vision remote viewing class, and we were viewing something. I ended up in a freaking ship with a bunch of blue guys.
Blue guys? Wow.
Blue guys. And I'm like, they're looking at me like, hey, smiling. I'm like, what?
Well, there's been cases of blue people in the past, like races of blue people.
Shiva, Krishna.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hindu god.
Yeah, I've heard of some of them turning up in villages and living their life there or something. I did a show about dogmen a little while back. Yeah.
Well, you know what? To the Indians, that's their history. That's not a myth.
Right.
That's a history. That's history. They claim it is history. It is actual history, and they accept it as fact that there were blue people fighting a war on this planet, that there were Vimanas, which are spaceships. They got all that. There was the Dorji, which was how the guy threw the lightning bolts. It was a weapon. It was a weapon.
Is that like those pyramidical ships that used to fly around back in the old days?
I think the Vimanas were the round ones, but they're also it is said that all of the pyramids were at one time ships.
Yeah.
And that the mechanism still exists underneath every one of them to make them airborne.
You see these ancient paintings and that, and they've got them in the sky quite often in different art, just levitating around, probably propelling off the Earth's electrical field, magnetics, and who knows what they use, mercury. And always thought it was to do with the magnetic field of the Earth since I was young, and the way magnets propel each other. Or
well, we remote viewed that, don't you, Ken? We remote viewed it one time. We went to see how they built the pyramids.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you weren't there for that one.
I might not have been. No, I can't quite remember. No.
We went off to RV that, and guess what? There were flying platforms. There were hovering platforms everywhere in the sky while they were building those. They had anti-grav. They had anti-grav worked out.
It makes sense how they built the things, Yeah.
Yeah.
Anti-grav technology.
Absolutely. They've had anti-grav worked out. There's nothing to it for them. There was no big deal at all.
Like sound technology too,
Right. And I think it was based on sound, yeah.
Remember that, what is it, Crail Castle or something this guy built?
Coral Castle.
Yeah, and they just can't figure out how he would have moved the rocks. And
Michael Tellinger talks about that. Michael Tellinger talks about finding these funny cone-shaped stones.
Yeah.
And then the kids kind of saw how he was making Coral Castle, and they said it looked like he was holding 2 ice cream cones.
I've heard that.
And he was moving it with that.
Remember the old Bible story of Jericho, the walls of Jericho coming down? Well, they were using these weird horn things, and maybe that's how they crumbled it, using these horn things. They had to march around the city 7 times or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, after all, sound, you can crumble things with sound. There is no, joke about that. That's, been quite provable that you play, that's resonance dissonance. If you want any kind of proof that frequency is what things are made of, play the opposite frequency of whatever that thing is and watch it just disintegrate.
Go to chaos, yeah.
That was Royal Rife's research in the 40s.
Yeah.
And then his lab, he was curing cancer and all kinds of diseases. And then they raided his lab and took all but one machine.
Yeah, of course.
Royal's one of my guides. He actually showed up.
In a remote viewing session, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I used to remote view, but I never tried to. It just used to happen. I'd be mainly in between sort of what do you call it, lucid dreaming and stuff. But yeah, I used to go to places and places on the other side of the earth and that, and I'd get it confirmed later on that somehow I was there, like in thought, not in physical. But yeah, so I don't doubt remote viewing one bit. I mean, Yeah. Did you ever see that? Oh, it was a great movie. Patient Zero, I think it was called. Anyway, it was about a serial killer, and they're trying to catch him and all that, and they can't figure out his motives of why he kills all these people. They're all just random, it seems. But it turns out we used to work for the government as a remote viewer, and he could, he tracked down spies and everything for him, and he could read their minds and everything. So all the people he was killing were horrendous, horrible people, serial killers as well, most of them, pedophiles and rapists. And yeah, it turns out he could see exactly what they were up to, and yeah, so.
Well, there was a series here in the States called Dexter, and he did something like that. He was in a worked in a forensics lab, and he would hunt people and
handy
kill
position
them.
to find them. No,
Yeah,
I did like the Dexter series. It really got you in. It's great.
yeah, you got to think Dexter was actually helpful in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he was cleaning up the
And
stuff.
yet he was a villain. And yet he was ridding the place of vermin.
That's it. Cleaning up the streets. Yeah, a bit like.
He was good friends with the actor who played him. Good friends with David Bowie. David Bowie. It was in David Bowie's plays that David wrote. He was the lead. Yep, same guy. Same guy. So that was another weird rabbit hole I went down. They had a Dexter Revisited, and where they killed Dexter off. I knew they were going to kill him off for good, because you know what? It really bothered him that, he didn't have a mask or makeup or anything.
Yeah.
And everybody recognized him. So everybody confused him with Dexter, with this character. And it bothered him after a while. And why wouldn't it? Everybody confusing you with a serial killer. Even though it's their favorite serial killer, it's still, no, that's a character. It's like, Dexter.
Yeah, it's like there's this Indigenous actor in Australia, and he played a part in a movie, it was about, domestic violence and that, and he played a real drunkard, wife-bashing, nasty bloke, hitting his kids all the time. It was a part he was playing, but he was getting Indigenous ladies coming up, slapping him in the face and punching him, and how dare you do that? They took it literal, seeing him playing that. I figured he must be like that,
Well, see, David, that's why David Bowie stopped playing characters.
Yeah.
He told me all about that. He said, well, I stopped playing characters for a long time. Actually, I was one of the people who helped him get over his fear of playing characters, because he said he had to quit because he almost crashed his career. He crashed his career because he was playing a character that was a Nazi. And people took it for a fact.
I remember the first time.
And he never expected people to take that for a fact, but they did.
The first film he was in was The Virgin Soldiers. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the first movie David Bowie ever played in was called The Virgin Soldiers, 1969, I think it was. Yeah, it was just a war movie. He didn't play a big part in it. And then he played I
never saw that.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing it, the pictures with this English lady we used to know, and she used to know a lot of these English actors. And there's one movie we were watching, I forgot which one it was. It could have been that film. And Her cousin was in the film. Yeah. That's why I remember that detail. Yeah. But yeah, he was in Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. That was a weird film. Where he's in a Japanese concentration camp and he falls in love with the Japanese leader of the camp. That's sort of what I got from the story.
That's pretty different. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an 80s film. What was the other one? Oh, yeah, Labyrinth. Of course, he played.
Well, the first one I remember him in was The Man Who Fell to Earth.
Oh, yeah, that was probably his second film, I'd say. Yeah, that was his first major role as far as main part and all that. Yeah, yeah, he played a free too, didn't he?
Man Who Fell to Earth, and then he was also in The Hunger.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he played a vampire, didn't he? Yeah.
He played a bit part as Tesla in some movie. I forget which one. He was in Labyrinth.
Yeah.
He was in, I forget. I was not, you know what? It's funny, for as well as I knew him, I was not his biggest fan. I didn't know everything about him.
I liked his music, but I didn't like his, by the 80s, I was getting a bit sick of his music. When he went, it's pretty commercial stuff.
Oh, you mean his Phil Collins period? He calls it his Phil Collins period, when suddenly everybody liked his music and he was mainstream. It really shocked him.
I remember that. I didn't like him. But that was the 80s.
And like his, it was weird. At one point, it was like his music was suddenly acceptable everywhere, and he was shocked. He couldn't quite believe it.
I used to like the Velvet Underground. A lot of them started off there, didn't they? Hey, Andy Warhol and Bowie and Lou Reed.
Oh yeah, Lou Reed, right in those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. He changed a lot. Well, he cleaned up. I mean, the thing about David is he was really a different dude after he cleaned up. I mean, he was way different. He changed his image quite a bit after that, and changed it and changed it and changed it. You remember when he sewed all the buttons on his coats? When he had that coat full of that jacket that he sewed all the buttons on?
Right. Oh, I've forgotten. Yeah.
That was a meditation for him. That was a meditation, he told me. He said, as I sewed all the buttons, that was changes I was making to my character.
Yeah.
And then when he came on and he got interviewed about that, and he said, well, this kind of thing that I'm wearing right here, he said, it's funny how you can change your life. It's like small ways, but it changes the whole thing, just like what I'm wearing. And eventually he was wearing something that was just covered in buttons. So yeah, it was like a meditation for him. He was going to change his life, and he did. And he became actually a really different person, a much more kind, caring. I mean, and I think he always was sensitive, but he said drugs make you a horrible person. He said Coke makes you a horrible person. And,
I felt Prince too, like Prince really did change, I think he genuinely wanted to make a difference somehow, but unfortunately ended up a Jehovah's Witness, which, you can't really make a difference in that place.
Yeah, once they do the Jehovah's Witness thing, it's kind of, there's something about it. That's just too weird. I'm sorry. There are some people that really were, go for
Michael
that.
was a Jehovah's Witness. Then he got a warning about the Thriller album. Oh, that's satanic. You can't do stuff like that again, or we'll have to disfellowship you, which is the last thing they wanted to do because they're getting so much money from him. And then he brought out Bad, and they said, oh, no, grabbing the crutch, we've got to disfellowship you now. And yes, and Toya, she got disfellowship too, Toya Jackson and Janet. Yeah, they all left the witnesses, but so, a lot of these
That's right. You know all about the witnesses, don't you? You were wrapped up in that for a while.
In the cult, yeah. So I know a lot about mind control tactics and brainwashing, and yeah, I don't fall for tricks anymore.
One day we're going to have to talk about mind control and brainwashing.
Yeah. I'm pretty well caught up about all that stuff. I studied it for years. MK Ultra, yeah.
Yeah, MK Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell a lot of these celebs are definitely under it. Look at Britney Spears, poor girl. You feel sorry for them actually because they can't even be themselves. They've forgotten who themselves are.
Well, my person that I know who had 3 different husbands, she was in the military. She claims nothing happened to her in the military, but I know something did. My sixth sense told me they were screwing with her in the military.
Yeah.
Somehow. That's how she got that way.
Yeah.
They're messing with her.
Make them forget that they were being screwed with,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. I've known a few people who claim that's happened to them, and yep. And
well, even my mind's been screwed with. I know that I have been mind blanked. I've been mind wiped. I know that because I remember telling people about being abducted, but I don't remember the incident of being abducted nor what I told them. But I remember that I told them.
Well,
I remember I was talking to them about it, and I don't remember what I said, and I don't remember the incident.
Well, when I was a child, I remember being abducted, but I was getting my teeth pulled out at a dentist, and I was under the anaesthetic when it happened. And I remember being on a table with all these, the typical greys, big eyes, and I remember being out of my body, and I was in the waiting room where my grandmother and mother were, and I could see them hearing me scream, and they ran through into the doctor's thing, and the doctor was there going, oh, I don't know why he's screaming, and then I went back into my body, and I was probably only 6 or 7 years old, but I remember
wow.
But that's why I think it's like an out of body thing when people get abducted sometimes. I don't know. And then after, I saw UFOs for the rest of my life after that, close up and everything. So, and my dad was in the military and left the military. So
my dad was in the military. He was a sharpshooter, and he was in special forces.
And Mum and Dad used to scream some nights, and I'd run in, and there'd be these lights coming through.
PTSD, complex PTSD. Yeah, my dad had it too.
Yeah. And they used to say lights would be coming through the window and that, and then when it was happening, I was going, damn, I missed it, like I wanted to see the lights shining through into the kitchen, And then, then I finally standing out the backyard one night with me older brother and me dog was with me, and we're looking out this paddock, and there's these weird lights, zigzagging just through this field, it was all just wheat fields. And me and my brother going, what is that? We thought it was some weird futuristic harvesting machine or something. Anyway, it seemed to stop zigzagging, and then it started to glide towards us. And my brother screamed, and he ran inside, screamed for me parents, and I thought, what's wrong with him? You know, like I thought.
Scotty says that his grandma was friends with Vincent Price. Ran into him in a liquor store and they became friends and would go have breakfast every Sunday. Isn't that great?
Oh, Vincent Price, I would have loved to have met him. Yeah. One of my favourites. Yeah. And
Funny, Scotty.
yeah, so I saw a UFO. I was about 10 years old when this one come right up to me.
Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Hold that. But please don't lose that. But wait. Michelle Cannon Free said Columbia was 2003. Has it changed again? Oh, fuck, it changed again.
You mean the Challenger?
The Challenger. Oh, yes, the Challenger.
Columbia kept going for like 50 years or something.
Yeah, the Challenger was, when was the Challenger?
It was 1978 or 9, I think.
No, 1986 or something.
Was that?
God, that was the day I died. You think I could remember it? It's changed 3 or 4 times now, though. I thought for a minute it changed again. Now, don't tell me it changed that much. 1, 2, but no, that was the Columbia, not the Challenger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, basically, you know, I had that change. I've had so many personal Mandela effects that I just have a whole different view than everybody else about it.
Yeah, well, I know. You know, I just know what I remember, like just that movie, you know, Forrest Gump.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
Life was like a box of chocolates, except
I remember
that.
When I was there, I was with my friends. I was at the movies watching that film, and Sally goes, you know, well, he says, my mum always said that life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get in it. And I said to everyone, hang on, no, you do know what you're getting in it because they got the pictures on the inside of the packets now showing you what the fillings are. So it should be was, you know.
That was a Whitman sampler.
It was set, you know, back in the days. But it should have been, because that was my joke. No, life was like a box of chocolates. I was saying that as a joke instead of is like. You know, I remember that vividly making a pun about it. And then suddenly it changed to the actual pun I made. So that's why I remember that one very clear, you know, that it was and is. And, and if you build it, they will come to he. Luke, I am your father too. No, I am your father. I mean,
yeah,
I know Star Wars back to front, you know. I used to sneak in the pictures to see Star Wars every weekend in Melbourne because I knew all the ways to get into the cinemas. I used to crawl through buildings and stuff and get all free. You know? I knew how to open the back
I had friends who worked in the cinemas.
Yeah.
So I got in free sometimes.
Yeah.
I found my ways to get myself into the cinema.
Mm.
As Chloe said, family that were in the military, still in the military, never had a clue what they did as a job because while they're working for the military, they claim to have other jobs, like working in movie theaters. What? What?
Well,
And she said, just what?
Yeah, I remember living out at the army bases. I mean, the Air Force bases, you know. I remember when we had our own little, like, corrugated, curved buildings. Yeah, I remember that right up until about 5.
My dad didn't have war stories like the other guys did.
No, my
He
dad
had entirely different. He was It was nothing about what he did, hardly at all.
Mm-hmm.
All he said was he operated the locks down in Panama. But then he also said he was a sharpshooter. My mother told me he was a sharpshooter. That's different.
Yeah,
They
that's
wouldn't have him just operating the locks. They would have him shooting people.
an exclusive job. That's you wouldn't be telling him to take out the swill, or wash the dishes if he's expert marksman. Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, and he never owned a firearm after that either. He refused to have anything to do with guns or firearms. There was something that went on with him that he never could talk about.
my
He had complex PTSD. He had PTSD for sure.
my grandfather never talked about it. All he used to say is, "Oh, they're all good people I met." He had nothing against any person he was fighting against. In fact, they used to treat the prisoners of war real good and just like equals. I used to have photos of him playing cards with all the prisoners of war, Italians mainly. Yeah, he went to Palestine. He went all over the bloody joint. New Guinea, the Kokoda, Sahara Desert, the Battle of the Bulge. Fearless Fred, they called him. He always went before his men. He never let them take risks that he wouldn't, And my battalion were great for saving animals along the way. They had so many animal mascots on their journeys. They had a monkey, they had a beagle, they had a donkey, they had one of those parrot birds. Yeah.
They had a freaking menagerie that traveled with them.
And they got to keep them all. And, a couple in his battalion where, there's a sergeant, he was Aboriginal. He got his medals just like, everyone was equal. There's no, it wasn't about racism. But as far as German war, well, I'll say no more.
Right.
And as far as the Middle East, I won't say anything about that either. You're not allowed to have an opinion these days, otherwise, even if you studied the thing immensely. I've been following what's happened in the Gaza for 20 years now. It's, watching it unfold's been horrific.
Wow, you got to watch those military movie operators. Geez, Chloe, you want to come in? Because look, I'm going to have to take a bio break. And Ken, I know you can rattle on for a while, so why don't you while I'm taking a break, okay?
I'll entertain. Yeah. I'll talk about the weather. It's very hot today.
Well, you can talk about more than the weather. I mean, Chloe, do you want to come in?
Yeah, come in, Chloe. Yeah, there's a few patches of Kim.
Are you out of work yet?
Kim clouds.
Let me put the link out if somebody wants to come in, and then there. Somebody want to come in?
My speaker might be a bit loud. I hope there's no echo. I'll be back in 1 second.
She traveled all over the world, and her kids know 8 different languages. Wow. Ah, farm boy from Nebraska.
I'm back. I just had to grab a beer. It's that hot, If you don't drink beer on a hot day like this, you're un-Australian.
Right.
That's what they say.
What kind of beer do they drink in Australia? I know it sure as hell ain't Foster's.
I'd say to be exactly as bad as the beer in America. Piss weak, chemical filled, swill.
Oh, gee, my favorite brand. No, I never drink beer.
Like we got them all here. We got Heineken. We got Carlsberg. We've got a Sashi, a Japanese one. But they all taste so weak to me. And I can taste this same chemical.
How about Guinness?
Yeah, I like a good Guinness. Yeah, Guinness is good.
I used to like a Guinness now and then.
See, I drink Cooper's. That's the only beer I buy. Cooper's. That's a pale ale. But it's naturally brewed in South Australia, and it is one.
I like Genesee Cream Ale and Colt 45.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. But unfortunately, it really started affecting me badly. Beer. So I had to give it up. I'll be back.
I can't drink spirits. Anyone ever tried Canadian dirty old whiskey? It's made by Trailer Park Boys. Well, you know, under their name. Yeah, it's got Ricky, Bubbles, and Julian on it. I don't know if anyone in America seen Trailer Park Boys. It's, from an Australian point of view, to me, it's probably one of the funniest sitcoms ever made. Yeah. Shit's all over most sitcoms. It was just so good the way they made it a doco type series from the criminals aspect, like the opposite to Cops, Bad Boys. Yeah, no, Trailer Park Boys, highly recommend that. Let's see, what shows I've seen lately I can recommend. Seen a lot of shows, but I can't recommend many. The Tree of Life. Interesting film. It's pretty trippy. Brad Pitt's in it. Sean Penn. It's set in the 50s. And Brad Pitt's like this real military dad. And it's about his sons, you know, and Sean Penn reflecting back on his childhood with Brad Pitt as the bad dad. And I saw a review on it, and the guy who did the review, he covers cults and all that sort of thing. He said the part Brad Pitt plays is so terrifying. He's such a brutal, terrible dad. And I watched the movie going, what the hell? He's not that bad a dad. God, I don't know. I've known many more. You know, he wasn't a bad dad, really. I mean, he was strict. He was, you know. My dad was much worse. But Tree of Life, yeah, it goes back to prehistoric times. It shows dinosaurs and their life and goes into space and it just trips around. I was going, God, this slow pace of the film. And I was going, this must be the guy who made the Thin Red Line. It's the same pace. It's the same drowsy narration. And yeah, it turned out it was the director of the Thin Red Line, that war movie that was very slow as well. Days of Heaven, that was another film this slow director did. But some of the visual effects are beautiful to watch, you know, just nature. Yeah, even the dinosaur scenes are quite nice to watch. But probably a sort of film you'd have to watch on acid to really appreciate it. So where's Chloe?
Hello. Maybe she's still at work and can't come in because she hasn't punched in yet.
Yeah. I was just doing a movie review of a film I saw the other day called The Tree of Life.
Right.
2011 it was made. Brad Pitt, Sean Penn, military dad, treats his three sons sort of over the top strict. But it's a very slow-paced movie, really trippy, a lot of, you know, goes back to prehistoric times and everything. You know,
really?
It's like a sort of a visual trip movie in a way. But
now what's it called again?
The Tree of Life.
The Tree of Life. Gonna have to watch it.
Yeah. I
That
saw someone
sounds
else's movie review of it, which his review wasn't, you know, nothing like what I thought. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was. But as he said, Brad Pitt was plays a scary, brutal person, and no, he didn't. I don't know. I think Andrew Gold's had a very mollycoddled life, obviously. But Andrew Gold's a guy I follow on YouTube. He covers Scientology, Jehovah's Witnesses. He's had interviews with people I know personally, you know, from the ex-witness world. Yeah, he's good actually. I do like him. He's English, very well spoken, and. But
why do you think? Got a question for you. Why do these rich people and people who may be otherwise smart, why do they fall into the J witness thing, do you think?
Because it's originally created by a Freemason, I guess. You know, it's got that weird Masonic feel to it, just like Mormons, just like all the cults, originally fringe groups of Masonicness. Like the creator of Jehovah's Witnesses, they used to call themselves Second Adventists or something. You know, like there's about
Seventh-day Adventists.
Second Adventist, Seventh Day.
Seventh-day Adventists, yes.
Yeah, they become all these splinter groups. There's still Second Adventists around, and then there's the Sevies, I call them. Seven Dayers. The Sevies I didn't mind as much. I think they're the lesser of the evil because they actually do charity, you know. They actually do have soup kitchens, which is...
So they're less evil. Not quite as evil, less evil, just kind of maybe middle evil, not like holy evil. But I'm sorry. Okay.
Like the Amish are sort of the lesser of a cult evil, you know. At least they make the society work without torture and murder and yeah. Still, I wouldn't like the idea of not having internet. But, you know.
Oh, well, you know.
But at least you're getting food, your friends, you know.
15, yeah, well, the thing is, Yoder's son, of Old Man Yoder, who very prominent in these parts. Yoder has had an industry in this, you know, selling dairy products. So one of the Yoders ran away and left the Amish and is helping other people escape because they're old-fashioned Amish. My God, are they Gestapo? They're very totalitarian. He says some of the newer order Amish aren't so bad, but the old order Amish are, oh my gosh, they're strict.
Just over the top. You know, it's Bible judgment all the time, you know.
Judgment, always sitting in judgment, yeah.
Yes. You're gonna go to hell, you sinner. You know, these fiery brimstone preachers, God, they crack me up, you know. How people can actually...
My family was Masonic. What can I say? And I wasn't. I was the black sheep. I wasn't Masonic.
I was born Masonic, yeah.
Yeah, I was born into a Masonic family, but I never went in for the Masonic stuff. Well, I never went to that.
By the time I was 6 years old, my dad left the Masonics and the Church of England, and Mum left the Catholics and become... Well, you know, the shit apple doesn't fall far from the shit tree, you know what I say. And yeah, left sort of the Freemasons to join a crappier version of it, you know, where you don't get rich. If I was a Mason, I would have been well off by now. See, all my other relatives are.
All the other Masonics, huh?
Yeah, my uncle, he's filthy rich and in charge of
Yeah,
some.
I guess I went the wrong way, huh? If I'd have gone Masonic, I would have been wealthy. Maybe.
Then who knows what you had to sacrifice to get there. I mean, my dad would have had to curse his generation, his family. That's why we're cursed, because of, they put a knife to your throat and say you curse, you will not reveal the secrets, or your family will be cursed. Your third and fourth generation or something like that. They put curses upon families if they leave the Masonic order. Or God was our family cursed. Anyway, must have grumbled. Things are good now. We've got living in the most peaceful, beautiful times the world's ever. Oh no, not. That's right. These are probably the worst I've ever seen, actually.
Well, actually, for me, things are getting much better every day. For other people, maybe the thought, but this is exactly what they said was going to happen.
Yeah.
Exactly, we were told it was going to happen. That everything would look like it was falling apart and very dark, but we'd be okay. And I am okay in the midst of all of this. I'm fine. I'm feeling everybody else's angst from time to time. And the fear, the angst, the horror, and all that, but I myself am fine.
Well, during the pandemic, I had fun with it. I made it fun. I enjoyed it immensely because it didn't affect me. I was down at the beach and I'd go to town and all these parking spots everywhere at the shops. Oh, it was great. Because, I thought, well, says you idiots, right, hiding in your homes, you're thinking there's this, anyway.
You know what the funny thing is for introverts, it was a great time, wasn't it? You weren't required to do anything or be anywhere.
Oh, gamers would have loved it, don't have to go. I can gamer all day, instead of working in an office. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Yeah,
it was like all the celebrities were doing social media. You were seeing who they really were, seeing celebrities at their worst, having mental breakdowns because they can't get to the hairdresser and get the nails done. I'm trapped.
Oh, yeah, and all the people who tried to do their own hair. I've been doing my own hair for years, so it really made no difference at all to me.
I'm trying to boil water. I'm still failing at it. I don't know how you do this.
Boiling water, it's hard. It's hard, man. I need the secret. Somebody tell me the secret.
It's amazing how many people would not have a clue how to light a fire. It's like, God. I've met a few. They'll get a big log and put paper under it, Yeah, I'll light a fire. And I'm going, oh, no, this is a nightmare. I've got to help these people. It does my head in when I see city slickers trying to do camping and country and they don't have a clue.
I got a friend who's now trying to camp out. Because she doesn't want to live with anybody and she doesn't quite have a place. She's trying to camp out. She isn't that way. She hasn't done that. And so she's kind of relying on me to help her. It's like, well, my dear, it's not
like that. He's been living in his car for 6 months now. He finally bought a caravan, a bit newer than my one, but he still has to live in national parks. He goes to work each day, but he camps out at the national parks. And, he's lived in the city, all his suburbs all his life, and he's buying all his camping stuff. And God, he's come here a few times, and I'm trying to teach him how to live off the grid, And you got to be organised. You got to make every single bit of space count. You can't, like you couldn't even walk in his caravan. It was just so much shit everywhere. It's like, and you got to part with things too if you're going to live like that.
Oh yeah.
And you got to know how to light a fire. Like he still didn't have a clue how to light a fire, and I ended up watching him for an hour. He didn't want me to help him because he wanted to do it himself. And in the end, I just grabbed these Banksia pods and leaves and just chucked it under it and went boom, going in 2 minutes. Oh right, yeah, that's good, Ken. I'll have to remember that. But it's just
what? It was funny. I remember somebody who tried to light a fire one time. We were over at her house, and she had moved into the place, and she goes, "We have a fire ring out there. I'll light a fire, and we'll have a fire." Oh, okay, that's great. Well, the thing is she had never done it before, and she was wearing one of those striped suits. She was wearing a striped leggings and a striped shirt, and then kind of a overall shorts and boots, and it was supposed to be real cute and everything, and the pigtails. But by the time she was done, she looked like she had blown up, like a cartoon character that had blown up. I mean, she was black from head to toe, had marks all over her, black soot marks, and just totally, just was all I could do to keep from laughing my ass off. Because I tried to tell her and she wasn't listening. So it's like, okay, then, well, it's your house, but yeah. And she was a good sport about it, though, but when we told her to look at herself, she just busted out laughing because it was so funny looking.
Double effort, for trying,
Yeah.
Kudos.
She made a good effort.
It was the first thing I remember teaching Tioni how to light fires when she was a kid, and she's really good at it, chainsawing. I taught Tioni how to chainsaw when she's young, and so she wouldn't be like these, snowflake kids who don't have a clue, And,
doggone snowflakes. Yeah, we were metal.
Yeah. Our generation, we all knew how to do all that stuff, but most kids,
Yeah, we were so metal it scares some people, I think.
Yeah. What, you used to ride bikes with helmets? My God.
You know what? If you've camped out and you're squeamish, you're not going to make it when you're camping out. If you're too squeamish about food and water and cleanliness and everything. I mean, you want to be clean. You don't want to be dirty. You don't want to, but if you're too squeamish, you're going to die out there.
If you're too fussy.
Yeah. If you dropped your marshmallow in the ashes, you pick that sucker right back up, put it back on the stick, and you'd eat that fucker. Okay.
Nothing.
It's like that's what it was like when we were kids. No, that wouldn't stop us. None of that 30-second rule or any whatever it was. It's like, nah. You'd pick that sucker up and you'd dust the ashes off of it and you'd finish cooking it and you'd eat it. Yeah. Some people would be bugs. You know what really makes me laugh is the people who are trying to do wild. They love natural food and they go and you go wild crafting and then it's like, but a dog could have peed on it. A dog could have peed on it. It's like,
it's like a squirrel or any animal.
So you know what I do? You know what I tell them? I say, would you rather a migrant laborer peed on it? And then I remember one woman turned kind of green and she said, "That's not hygienic." I said, "You really think that they're out laboring in the fields and these are simple people? Some of them don't even read and write that well. And they can barely speak English. And you really think they're out picking food in the field and they're going to go all the way back to wherever the toilet is and use the toilet there? You really think that's happening all the time? That's not happening." Okay, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I think I got her weaned off ever having vegetables again in her life or something. I think she became a carnivore after that or something, but I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. But yeah, that's what I told her. It's like, well, it's true though. You think about it.
Yeah. Like,
And that's one of the reasons, though, I won't eat at fast food places anymore. It's I worked at one.
yeah.
I worked at fast food places. You won't eat there.
No, I paid McDonald's for 10 years. So, God, did I learn to hate that place.
Yeah, it's like,
I used to feel sorry for the young staff members,
oh
For 10
yeah.
years working there, and I had a lot of pull. If some manager has been a gross sexual pig to some younger staff member, I'd have him sacked, I remember a few of them being disgusting to the young women, treating them like shit. And yeah, because I'd paint all the owners' houses, so I knew them all, and I'd go straight to the owner and tell him about this manager, being a absolute arsehole, scum, and I got 2 of them sacked. Yeah. And I'm proud of it, Yeah, grabbing women on the ass and things like that, fuck them.
Well, it ain't right. I mean, women go through enough, really. I'm sorry.
Carry things that were way too heavy, I'd be saying, nah, put that down. You don't carry that much weight.
Oh my God. I don't know how they did it. That you'd have to get a guy to carry some of the stuff. I remember trying to work the shake machine.
Oh,
and they had it in this very heavy stainless steel container, and you were supposed to get it up to the top of this machine that was taller than me and get it over in there and into. And it's like, how the hell are you going to, first of all, dragging it out of there? I'm not a weak person, right? I'm not a weak person, not a weakling. But trying to get that thing up there and into there, you'd have to ask a guy for a favor to put that in there for you. Because there's just no way. You're not tall enough. You're not, it was insane.
I know.
It was insane.
I remember all the soft drinks. They have these big, giant bags. They're about 20, 30 kilograms. And they're like syrup. And then they go through these cords into the dispensers up above, And, they'd be making the women cart them. And I'd be going, that's ridiculous. You should have a trolley, And I'd complain to the manager, you can't make them do that, because, your back's your most important thing. You fuck your back, you fucked a lot. But, that stuff, if one of them burst, them they're in these silver bladder things, it would take so much water to clean it up. It was just like this thick syrup. And
I know, it was terrible. I destroyed the shake machine at a McDonald's once and sort of got laid off. It's like, yeah, I destroyed that sucker trying to, I mean, I had the syrups and everything all over me. I had that gooey shake stuff. Boy, that was the last time I ever ordered a milkshake too.
Yeah, you see how fake it is,
Ew.
Everything tasted the same to me in the end, like when I first started working there, it was the early 80s. And, we all got everything for nothing, all the workers, whatever they want. No, then as it went on, even the staff had to pay for their own meals in the end, and
right.
there were places where they had homeless kids working there, and they'd let them sleep in the basement at night, and not even paying for working there. I mean, this was just pretty bad standards, While this guy's living in a big mansion in a posh area of Melbourne, he's hiring street kids.
Well, that's like Walmart, who
Disneyland were doing the same, I heard.
they put the papers for welfare to get welfare checks to get public assistance. They put them right in the Walmart, right where you're getting. You were right where you're filling out your papers to get your job, because they want you to go ahead and realize that you're not going to make enough to be able to live on it. So you're going to have to get assistance. And Waltons are rich, filthy rich, filthy rich.
Yeah, rich Maccas are, and they didn't actually make the staff pay for their food. They would deduct it from their pay automatically. And some of the staff are too exhausted to go up the street and find somewhere else to eat. They just go, oh, well, And so they're making money off the staff, while they're cooking the food, they're having to pay for the food. It's just wrong.
Well, at least when they had slaves in the old days, they'd pay for they'd give them somewhere to live and something to eat, right? Now the slaves have to get their own food and room and board, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
See, I've seen they're trying to build benches in cities now so homeless people can't sleep on them.
Right.
They got these seats that are sort of curved, so you can only sit on the edge of them and you can't lie on. Oh, good. But yeah, so Mandella Effect. That's right, Mandella Effect. There's one I was going to mention. I've totally slipped my mind. That happens when you get to my age. You lose your train of thought.
You lost that train.
Yeah.
You missed the train. It went right by.
I will admit I have had a Macca's occasionally, just like a muffin, sausage muffin, but I feel like I've just committed a sin when I do it. It's like,
right. There's the leaves for the flowers that I'm making.
I've done something satanic,
Yeah, you feel like you've done something evil. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. What is it? A seahorse?
What?
What was that you're knitting? A seahorse, was it?
Oh, leaves. Leaves and to go with the flowers.
Oh, it's nice being creative, like I've got to get back to drawing art. I know I keep saying, I've got to do this and that. I've even got a T-shirt, with Yoda on it. There is no try, only do or don't. I like that one. Yeah.
Actually, I used to make T-shirts. I did that a long time ago. Yeah. First I started small. I made buttons, and really I sold a lot of buttons. And then I made T-shirts, cups, and T-shirts, mugs, and mouse pads for a while.
Wow, I used to do pottery. I loved it, making things out of clay.
I made some pottery. Yeah, I did that.
I'm trying to find
drawing, painting, sculpting, beading, silver. I did silver. I designed silver jewelry. I did lapidary, wire wrap, whatever I could make money. Whatever people wanted to make that I could make money.
I used to
You
make
can make
ceramic.
money on it. It's like, yeah, to be doing that.
I used to make ceramic bongs.
Yeah, you know what? It's like I was doing that I was in the fourth grade with my first business. Had my first business in the fourth grade.
Oh yeah, people buy it.
I was making those like fishing lure earrings, those feather earrings that look like fishing lure. Used to get teased by the fishermen that they look like fishing lure.
Oh
Those
yeah,
feather earrings, hippie earrings.
yeah. First Nation earrings. Yeah. No, I did a lot of like cartoon character models that I used to draw. I made them into clay sculptures as well. All gone, everything's gone. I ever owned, all my artwork, all my movies I made back in the 70s and 80s. Made a lot of science fiction films. Ah, well.
You know what? The funny thing is that like getting back to the Mandela effects, which is what we were going to talk about.
That's right.
When anatomy starts changing, something serious is going on. And
I
to
was looking.
me, anatomy.
Yeah. We studied that when we were young, where the stomach is, the heart, the liver, the kidneys. Yeah, they're all changing positions.
It's like, how in the hell does that happen in one generation? I mean, it's not that people are being born that way, it's that people are having those changes happen to them during their lifetime. Me, is this maybe the reason why we get pains in our lower back is because our kidneys are moving?
Yeah. I've had
Is
some
it,
real
we get things with our heart because our heart is moving, getting moved to a different place?
bad.
Migrating to a new location? What the hell? You know?
Timelines are changing.
Then again, humans, we have vestigial nictating membranes ourselves in our eyes, in the corner of our eyes. Those little flaps, tiny, tiny, those were nictating membranes like cats used to have, but they don't have many more either. So, but some lizards still have those.
Yeah, I've had a lizard hanging around here, actually, a big 2.5, it's about that big. Big blue tongue lizard. Yeah, he's cool. They keep the snakes away, so I love having him around. Bruno's come across him a few times. I thought it was a snake, but just a big blue tongue lizard. Yeah.
You know what I really thought too was weird is there seem to be more and more animals that want to stand on their hind legs.
Oh, yeah.
Cats, dogs.
Yep. Bruno does it all the time. Kangaroos. Oh,
They the really weird one is the Kifness. If you look up Kifness, they've got he makes videos of animals doing stuff, saying stuff. Like the talking cats are really creepy though. Because I mean he's got his big song is the Lonely Cat doing Sometimes I'm Alone. And it really sounds like this cat is singing, sometimes I'm alone, sometimes I'm not, sometimes I'm alone. Hello. And there's like a bunch of people who have really responded to it because it's actually not bad music. Now, it's the the creator of the music who's really the genius there. But the thing that he can hear that and put music to it and actually make a song out of it is really creative genius. But he has a video of one cat that comes in and it says, I want something.
I saw this video on YouTube, one of those shorts, and this guy is out in his driveway fixing his car, and you can hear this woman going, "Help! Let me out! I gotta get out! Help!" And the neighbour heard it and called the cops, and the cops turned up, and it turned out it was his parrot. You know, every time he goes out, the parrot's always screaming to be let out. Funny.
Oh my God. Yeah, but this cat, but it's a cat. And I mean, there's all these cats doing,
Nong, nong,
like
nong.
there's the no-no kitties. I mean, there's a lot of no-no kitties that go, no, 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 no. And then there's nom-nom kitties, nom, 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 right? But the cat that comes out and say, I need something. Will you go with me?
Animals get smarter, I think.
Weird. That's when it gets weird, and you're there like, okay, wait a minute.
I
And
have
then
animals are getting smarter, or maybe it's just that people are getting stupider. I don't know. But
no, I think they're evolving.
magpies here, they all seem to know exactly what I'm saying. They're just so social. Every magpie I know here is just like, I'm their best buddy. They go in the shed sometimes when I'm in there and just look at me and, perch up on something, watching what I'm doing. And they have a vocabulary, the magpies. They actually have a language. One of the only birds on Earth who do. Because most birds are mimics, but magpies actually have a particular vocabulary.
You know what really would scare what would really get me about living in Australia is the male kangaroos.
The pussies.
Oh my gosh, they look like really ripped men.
Oh, they can kill you. Yeah. But I stood up to him, and the last one I stood up to, it was like he wasn't backing down. I wasn't backing down. I kept going up to him, and he's got his chest out. And then I got like within 2 foot of him, and then he took off. And I had me Tioni there, my stepdaughter, and she thought it was going to be a full-on fight. She was so. I said, I thought it'd be good if I did get attacked. It'd be great on YouTube, But,
right.
But any bigger, he was about 6 foot, but any bigger ones,
damn.
There's some that are like, 6 foot, 6.5 feet tall. Like, no, I can't mess with them ones. They're too big. But
oh, damn.
You got to get, like, once they get used to you, there's not going to be any drama. I've bumped into them in the bush, face to face, and never any problem, But yeah, I have seen a lot of videos of people getting attacked by them. A woman was killed by one a while back, and they drown dogs in dams. That's the biggest thing. Lure animals into a dam, and then they drown them.
Yeah, they'll drown the animal. I heard about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos.
I also saw the video where the guy comes and he finds one drowning his dog.
Yeah.
Trying to drown his dog. And he goes walking up to this thing, this big kangaroo too. He says, quit drowning my dog. And he just punches him in the boom. And the thing lets go of his dog, and he gets his dog back. But my gosh, that would be a heck of a thing.
I saw one the other day where these people see these dogs. They're on their property, they're up north, and I don't know if they're wild dogs or not, but they're chasing this kangaroo. The kangaroo goes into this water, and then the dogs chase him in the water, and then this kangaroo's just dunked this dog underwater, and it's underwater for about over a minute. And these people are filming and going, why aren't you saving the dogs, you idiots, And then and then this other dog goes in, the same thing happens, and it manages to get away quicker. And what it is, these people would shoot the dogs normally, but they just thought, oh, well, we'll let the kangaroo drown it, It's like, what? But
yike.
Kangaroos can outrun a dog once they get started on the hop, Not if they're caught and can't get a run off. But my dogs have never had Bruno tried to chase a pack of kangaroos a few months back, and he ended up backing off, actually, because there's about 20 of them. And I filmed it. I did. I was pretty far away, though, trying to get to it. Up in the swamp at the back. So, Dee, did I tell you we had a bushfire here? Got pretty...
No. Tell us about it.
Well, we're on a peninsula, and it was on a Sunday 2 months back, I think it was. And yeah, the whole forest caught on fire near some campsite. All the tourists were down that weekend. As soon as the fire started, all the tourists headed out of town, and then the town ended up getting blocked off. We had no way off the peninsula. We were trapped, more or less, for 3 days. 3 days of firefighters fought this fire, and the wind picked up like, one day I'm down there with all the smoke and everything, and you couldn't hardly walk against the wind. It was that strong. It was just like Maui. And it was weird how the wind picked up all of a sudden, it was coming right towards us. 3 days we thought we were all going to burn. No exit plan. We've got a lake, though, so each night me and Bruno went down the lake watching the fire. And I didn't sleep for like 2 nights. Finally, just as it was about to hit the town, it was like, half a kilometre away, and then the wind changed and it went towards the beach. So the town was saved because the wind changed. So that was amazing. But yeah, now we don't have to worry about bushfires this year because we've already had our back burning. So that's a plus. But on the unplus, there's a lot more snakes in town this coming summer. Like there's snakes been spotted a month back, so they come out like a month earlier than usual. Lots of young ones, young snakes. So wherever I live, I cannot get away from that bloody serpent.
Mighty serpent.
Snakes, yeah. They follow me everywhere. Everywhere I've lived, they've been.
Oh, yeah, I remember so many snakes, Yeah, you used to really worry us, Ken.
Yeah, it was like I was battling one every couple of days at that place I was living at. Yeah. Here, I was the only person in town 2 summers ago to have a snake in my yard. I mean, of all people, 800 people in this town, and I'm the only one who had to call a snake catcher. I born on. Yeah, but
when were you born, Ken? What's your birthday?
The first day of summer, 1st of December, which isn't far away, actually.
1st of December. You know why, Ken? You know why? I think you're an Ophiuchus.
I'm a fire sign or something. I don't know.
No, you're you think you're a Sagittarius. You probably think you're Sagittarius. You're an Ophiuchus. You're the 13th sign that they've been hiding. The Ophiuchus is called the snake handler.
Wow.
You're an Ophiuchus. I bet you're an Ophiuchus.
Huh?
Because there are really 13 signs to the zodiac.
Right.
They've been, There aren't 12. They changed to 12 moons, but really we have 13 moons in a year. Well, there were 13 zodiac signs.
And there were 12 apostles and Jesus made 13.
Right. And the one that they hide is the snake handler, which I think is the one that probably represented Jesus. They wanted to hide it.
I've had to handle them a bit over the years, Tigers and browns. We only got the deadliest snakes on earth here. But in this state I live in, the south of Australia on the east, every snake's deadly here. The black snake's probably the most harmless. He's venomous, but he's a good snake. He will not try to fight you. He will try to get away. And Yeah. As soon as
Okay, so he's not a belligerent one. He's not.
he's still a viper, but he's they're not the same as the brown and the tigers. The tigers will chase you. They'll try to get you, if you threaten them. And I've been chased by tigers. I was watching a video the other. Be still. Snakes will not harm you or chase you. I'm going, who the fuck's this idiot? Oh, sorry. He's a, I've seen
Who
so many.
the fuck's that idiot? I've been chased by snakes time or two. Yeah.
I saw a video of this snake handler. He's been handling snakes for 30 years, this guy, and then he's handling this big brown, eastern brown, and bites him right on the bloody nose, and he died.
Oh, no.
So even experts, don't know what they're
Well,
talking
that ain't good.
No. Like the snake handler that come here, he was hopeless. He was too slow. The snake got away. No worries. It was,
Oh, boy.
He probably.
I hate to say, but I being bit on the nose that's so close to your brain, how much chance do you have?
On the arm or leg, but another one got bit on the chest and he died too, just recently. Yeah. And
Really?
there's a guy.
Damn. Yeah, right by your heart.
Yeah. Another guy got a eastern brown snake wrapped around his leg at a barbecue in the park. And the snake was wrapping around his leg, and his mates grabbed the snake and pulled it off his leg, and then he got bit on the chest by the snake, and he died, within 5 minutes. Yeah. And like I've seen kangaroos dead from snakes. Like within 5 minutes they're dead after being bit. And I lost a horse, beautiful Wonga. She's a big giant white horse, a Brumby from the Snowy Mountains, and she got bit on the face by a snake, and she died in my arms. This big giant horse, so that's how deadly they are. They'll even kill a horse, And,
enough to kill a horse. They're serious about that.
Yeah, it was. I had to look after her son Tazi. He fainted when she died. Her son, Yeah, animals really feel things, like when he saw, as soon as his mum died in my arms, this horse fainted, and I ran up to him thinking he'd been bit, and you had to get him out. Yeah. I've got to go see him. He's just up the road. I just haven't got a car to go visit. But I really miss my horse, Tazi. He's a big boy, big giant Brumby from the Snowy Mountains.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a rescue. Like they were shooting all the Brumbies up there. The greenies want all the horses shot to save the koalas, which is mental because they've been there 120 years, since the Boer Wars, but in World War One. But yeah, I've been trying to preach against that for 5 years now, stopping the greenies killing our Brumbies. And there used to be about 1 million of them. Now there's probably 1,500 left. Every year they hire mercenaries to go up there with AK-47s and shoot them. All for the sake of the forest. And all the farmers love the horses. They want them there. They don't, the horses have been there forever. They don't take up any space. That's just, in that way, yeah, I'm an actor. I'm a greenie, but not in the greenies way you'd think of a greenie, When you see nature living side by side together, perfect harmony, and then these pricks come in with AK-47s, you get angry,
Yeah.
It's all about taking the farms too, they want to turn them into, get rid of all the farmers and sell it out to land. It's all land grabs. That's why we had all the fires along the coast here. Make way for the railroad that China's paying for. They just renewed the port of Darwin. It's been run by the Chinese the last 20 years. we have to pay them to import export there because they own the port of Darwin. Well, they just gave them another 20 years. 3 ports they own around Australia now, along with all these hundreds of islands. And not that I got anything against Chinese, I just don't like the rulers, and it's the same here. I love Australians, but I do not like our rulers. And I love the Jews, but I fucking hate the rulers. And so, I got accused of hating the Jews because I don't like what the leaders are doing. And that's like, there's some nasty Christians out there. It doesn't mean I hate all Christians.
No.
Just because I don't agree with thousands and thousands of babies getting killed, I'm the worst mongrel on earth and not entitled to opinion. I've found out. Like, this has been worse than the pandemic division. And, God, it's like a roller coaster, just they won't give us a break from agendas. So, right, that one didn't go as good as we planned. We'll bring out this other one that'll be super duper good to cause division.
You know what? They keep trying the same old shit over and over again.
It is. It's the same shit. Ukraine and Russia. Oh, God.
And I mean, seriously, it's like, can you please?
I'm just seeing the same pattern. It's the same thing. There's no difference than the last thing they were trying, And I'm getting bored with it, actually. We had this yes-no vote here in Australia. It went on for months, and if you said no, you're a Nazi. And all the governments were backing the yes vote. So what was their interest in it? They never explained what it was about. Oh, it's about giving Indigenous people more power, more rights. No, it wasn't. It was about giving corporations more power, more rights. And the Australian people actually woke up to it being bullshit. And I just went along with what my Indigenous friends thought, and they all said no. So it divided the whole country. Within months, everyone hated each other. Oh, God, it was insane. And now that, the majority of Australia said no to this stupid vote, they're all, anyway. And then we have the Middle East thing and Ukraine. Yeah, so.
Here's a question. Now I'm going to go through some old Mandela effects, and you tell me what the right one is now. What
cool.
it used to be.
Yeah.
These are old ones, so you've got to know this. Okay. Now, Curious George. He has a tail. He has no tail. He has a bushy tail. He has a thin tail. Which of those? Curious George.
Well, Curious George is a monkey, so he's got a tail for a start. And I remembered a long tail with a bit of a curl sometimes. Yeah.
Nope, he had no tail. He never has.
Which is insane because monkeys...
Which is insane. Yes, I know. Okay, wait. Now...
Yeah, but he's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. I remember the tail too.
Yeah.
Okay, the Monopoly Man. He has glasses.
Monocle.
He has a monocle. He has no monocle or glasses.
He had a monocle as far as I remember. Yeah. Now he hasn't.
He's got nothing. No monocle, no glasses.
That's another one I remember well because, Monopoly's played all over the world in Australia.
I know. Weird, ain't it?
Yeah.
Waldo. He's got a cane. He's got an umbrella. He's got nothing. Where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo?
Got a cane, got an umbrella, got nothing.
Where's Waldo the Monopoly Man? No?
He's the one with the striped shirt and a little toque on. Blue pants. Okay, that was in one of those Fine Waldo. Where's Waldo? He's got nothing. Then there's, Fruit of the Loom. Does Fruit of the Loom underwear? Okay, fruit on a plate, fruit spilling from a cornucopia, or just fruit?
I don't remember that one because we don't have that in Australia. So
Okay. For those of you who think it was any other way, I remember the cornucopia.
Bruno.
I remember the cornucopia, but it's nothing. It's just fruit.
Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I know what you mean now, with the fruit coming out of the cone thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, vaguely. Yeah.
Those are some classic ones that are all screwed up now.
Yeah.
Those were the very first ones that people started noticing. The very first.
Says the 007 movie Jaws. Yeah, God, wasn't Molly with no
Right.
braces.
And did she have braces or not?
She had braces. That was a whole
She
pun.
had braces, right.
That's why
Except
they felt
she didn't. Now it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Nah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Jaws loved her for her brains, you know.
Yeah, because they both had a metal smile. That's why he fell in love with her.
Wasn't for her brains, no.
No.
It was for the similarity.
Yeah. See how fucked up this is?
Yeah.
My goodness. And our brains are telling us something entirely different. No, I think it really was that way at some point. I think it was true at some point, but it just isn't anymore. Just like cats had nictating membranes, but they don't now.
Well, I've got these old VHS videos of they brought out a 2000 limited edition VHS of Star Wars, high definition, new special effects, the first 3 movies. And yeah, C-3PO has 2 gold legs all the way through that, and I've still got evidence of that. But
yeah, he's got 1 silver leg.
Yeah. And then you watch the 80s cartoon of Star Wars, and he's never got a silver leg in that. He's got 2 gold legs in that cartoon still today. So even the actor who played C-3PO, he seems to think he had a silver leg, which, what the hell's happened to him? What? Anyway.
It means reality isn't as real as we think, and it's time we wake up to that. That's what it really means.
I remember Bruno, this dog, he used to be a sausage dog, a little tiny sausage dog. And I've just woken up one day, and here he is, a big, mastiff boxer. I don't know what's going on.
What? Wait a minute. What?
I'm joking.
Are you kidding? Okay. Yeah. He was a sausage dog, and now he's a boxer. Yeah. Ken, I'm going to kick your butt, you know.
Bruno, turn back to a sausage dog. It'd be cheaper to feed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's another Mandela Affected?
Bruno the sausage dog. I had a mini dachshund myself.
Oh, they're nice. I saved one the other day. It was running in the middle of a fucking road. And I'm walking Bruno. I see this tiny little puppy, you know, wiener dog, I guess you call them. Running in the centre of this main road with cars just on a hill where they come flying over. And I ran up to it, and it's ran away from me, ran towards the traffic, and I'm going to get off, and managed to get it, and it ran down this other road towards its house, and this guy was helping me. He saw what was happening in his car, and he helped. He drove slowly beside the puppy and went back home to where it lived. And the lady, I put it on a notice board on Facebook here, and the lady was so thankful that we coached her dog back. She accidentally left the door open or something. But, you know, it was pretty scary. Cars, I was stopping traffic. You know, they're coming along, and I was stopping traffic in the middle of the road for this little dog.
Let's see if you can guess why those little wiener dogs were bred that way. with
Oh,
little short legs and very long tails, long body, long
long
ears.
spine. Yeah.
You know what they were bred for? They
Go,
were bred to be badger hounds.
I was about to say to go down holes. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, yeah. I did hear that once. Yeah.
right.
Sort of.
Badger dogs.
Yeah. It's cruel,
And
isn't
then
it?
they'd pull them out by the tail.
Yeah. And their backs are so.
Imagine that life.
My dad had one before he died. My sisters, they were looking after it. They treat it like shit. They got about 10 cats and one little wiener dog. And I've heard that they've thrown the dog across the room and stuff when my sister last saw him. And what the hell? You should have taken the dog off him straight away. You idiot. I hate animal cruelty. I mean, I can't even believe I've got family members that are. But it's like most of my family, they never got animals. My older brothers never had pets, and never had dogs or cats. And I just don't trust people who don't like a dog or a cat. I know people.
Yeah, I trust my cat a lot more. I can pretty much tell
Yeah,
what's on his mind at any time.
yeah, your dogs and cats tell you. Oh no, that person's not worth knowing. Yeah. No, my dog doesn't like you. He likes everyone, but he doesn't like you. So, or my cat doesn't like you. That's weird. Get lost. It's
Yeah,
me.
it's
I remember.
my cat has to my helper. My cat has a weird reaction when she first comes in. Sometimes he will hiss at her, and then he'll purr.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell? Make up your mind.
I like those cocoa cats. Those big giant hissing cats you get from South America, I think. And everyone in
Oh,
America's
God.
they're giant cats, but they can't help hissing at you. It's just what they do. Even if they're in a good mood, they just go. I've seen them on YouTube a lot. There's about 3 different people with these cats. One's called Samba. It's funny as they'll give it food and it'll hiss. I think it's hissing mainly at the camera. They get it every time of the camera, but there's these horrible videos on YouTube, and I don't know why YouTube allow them up, but it's some horrible, I don't know, India or something.
Yeah. They'll cancel you, but they'll let horrible shit up there that could.
Animal cruelty stuff, like they've got this monkey on a leash, these Indian people, and they just force the monkey to go amongst all these cobras and have the monkey there. And if the monkey tries to get away, they yank it back in front of the cobras. And first I seen one where it was one cobra, the monkey, and I go, why is it on a lead? And then the second time it's 2 cobras. Then it's 4 cobras. Then the last video I saw, the monkey's trying to get away from these cobras, and about 3 cobras bite this monkey, So I guess the next video comes up. I keep getting suggested because I keep trying to get it taken down,
Right.
Because the most cruelest thing of it, this monkey is terrified. It doesn't even look at the cobras. It's trying to make out it's interested in something else. And these cobras are all ready to strike because they've probably got the cobras angry, whoever's filming.
They're probably hungry.
And it's got millions of hits, and it's like, why? It's this. And every comment you see hates it. Every person is saying, get this down. This is sick. Stop this person doing this, I feel sick in the stomach.
Yeah, but they're making money because people are commenting.
And then someone will say, I don't like my Premier Dan Andrews, he's evil. Get rid of him. He doesn't like the leader of his state. What?
There was a guy that used to make his YouTube channel. He used to punch cats, helpless cats. used to just punch them. And one time he made a video. I remember the one that was particularly gruesome that people told me about. I did not go see it, but it was enough to hear about it. A woman putting her stiletto heel through a kitten's eye. Now, why wasn't that taken down? That's absolutely horrible. If somebody tried to show that to my kid, I mean,
I want to hunt that person down and yeah, anyway. But have you ever seen that documentary, Don't F with Cats? It's on, yeah, how this person was doing that on YouTube just to piss off cat lovers, torturing cats, killing them. All these cat lovers were trying to get the cops involved. The cops didn't want to know about it, and they were telling him next it's going to be people. Sure enough, he ends up killing someone, you know, a woman on YouTube live, you know. Don't know how he got.
Of course, if they got no regard for life, then they got no regard for life.
And if it wasn't for these cat lover ladies and men, you know, this person would have kept getting away with it forever. But they got hackers, the best hackers on it. The cops couldn't find him, but they found him. And yeah, the guy got done. So 20 years, I don't know, whatever. But, you know, yeah, don't mess with cats, you know. There's a lot of people who love them, same as dogs, you know.
Right. Well, my babies, I got, you know, I like cats and I got my reasons, and I like my puppy dogs too. I always love my doggies, but it's just that I'm living in an apartment. It's much easier to live with a cat in an apartment.
Oh, yeah. It's not fair having a dog in an apartment. No.
Right. There are a lot of people that have them, but they got to walk them all the time. They got to clean up after them all the time. We're not in the country. Well, we're not really in, like I said, we are in the country, but we're in a community. We're in like an apartment building, so you can't just leave anything. You've got to clean up after your dog. So, you know, it's not like you're in the woods or something. So, or your own yard or something.
You know, but I've had cats, you know, with me dogs, and I love them just as much as me dogs. All me, you know, I love them just as much.
Yeah, my little kitty cats and and I had everything. I've had guinea pigs. I had a hamster. I had a bird. I had fish. I had a snake. I had a little cute little snake, a very loving little snake. I know it's hard to think of a snake as being cuddly, but it was a cuddly little.
Oh, the tree snakes, pythons are nice. You know, I've always liked them.
Mm-hmm. It was a cuddly little snake, like to curl up in my hair, tickle my ears, and just hang out. It very mellow, never bit me.
I'd love to swap Australian snakes for American snakes any day. Oh, that'd be great.
We don't have that many that are really that bad.
Rattlers are probably the worst, and copperheads, I guess.
Yeah, rattlers, copperheads, and water moccasins.
Yeah.
That's about
it. Yeah.
Not too bad.
You have death adders there too, don't you? Death adders?
I think we've got some adders. Yeah, we may.
We've got them here, but you hardly ever see them. I think I've only ever seen one once. Yeah. They've got sort of a wide head. They're a bit like a tiger snake to look at. Yeah.
But mostly we got things like corn snakes. We got, what do they call them? Ball pythons. We've got people with ball pythons a lot. We got a bunch of different little sort of like garter snake type things, ribbon snakes, garter snakes, stuff like that.
We got gigantic pythons in up north of Australia. You know, they're like 30 foot long, some of them, you know, just massive creatures.
Well, you can keep them too.
I knew one python.
You can keep those, my friend.
But I knew someone who had one. It was 4 foot long when she got it. And within 2 years, it got to, 2 or 3 years, got to 12 foot long. And it was very protective over this snake, but it loved me. I used to take Tioni there, and it used to wrap around our neck and lick our nose, and it just loved us. And this lady who had it, our friend, she had a boyfriend, and he was getting into drugs and stuff, and the rifle was up in the rafters. They had an apartment building, and he grabbed her against the wall one day by the throat, and he went to punch her, and the snake dropped down and bit him on the chest.
Wow.
And he got that scared, he ran off, and he never actually went back to the house again.
Well, good for Snaky.
I mean, I never knew snakes were that smart or even protective, but that snake, it was special, I really love that snake.
Yeah. Well, I think if they spend time, they have an idea what family is.
Yeah.
Anything that has an idea what family is going to, and anything that's around us enough is going to pick up some ideas.
Yeah.
Good, for good or ill.
She had to get rid of the snake in the end because she had a baby, and she's worried, as you would with a little baby, just in case. But it probably would have been fine, but you just don't want to take that chance, would you?
Oh, about the girl with the braces in the Jaws movie?
Molly.
The movie with the Jaws. Okay, there is a close-up of her non-existent braces where there's a glitch. Which makes me wonder if this isn't some kind of fucking psyop.
Where they CGI'd them out. Yeah. That's what I think.
Is this a psyop? I'm beginning to wonder if it is. If some of this is a psyop, that would really piss me off. What if it was, and just to make people argue about these things.
And have companies claim we never had it that label that way. I mean, I don't know some of the American ones like Krispy Kreme or whatever it is. Some of them ones I'm not sure because we don't have them here. So, but Kitty Cat, yep, always had the little dash.
Oh, Kit Kat bars.
Yeah.
Kit Kat bars.
Yeah.
Was it Kit Kat or Kit Kat?
Yeah. Always had the little dash. I remember the dash. Actually, I've got one in my fridge. I'll just go check. Yeah. I have to have some.
The one that freaked a lot of people out was from the Lion and the Lamb to the Lamb and the Wolf. The Wolf and the Lamb. Instead of the Lion and the Lamb, because everybody remembers the Lion and the Lamb. That one freaked out the Bible folks. You ready to come up here yet, Miss Chloe? Is the Countess ready to come up?
I ate the Kit Kats the other night. I remember, damn it. Kit Kats. There. Well.
What did you bring it up for the whole class?
It was green and now it's red. It's changed. It was
what?
Green see. And then I put it down and suddenly it turns green. No. I was going to bring in a Kit Kat to show the difference, and I forgot I ate them. I've got cherry ripes out there, but in the fridge. But I shouldn't be eating chocolate. It's very bad. Except it's dark chocolate, so, you know, it's not as bad.
Yeah, I remember I made dark chocolate okay. I intended that, and it happened.
Yeah, I remember when it was actually considered healthy to have dark chocolate. I remember
I
that.
made it healthy. Yeah.
And I remember telling everyone, no, you should have dark chocolate. It's healthier for you, which I still believe. You know, it's not quite as sweet. You know, yeah, I do prefer dark chocolate actually.
I like
But
semi-sweet the best.
thank you, Dee, because I was a strong defender of dark chocolate.
Yeah. Well, cacao is actually good for you, but it's all of the other stuff that comes with it, with the very sweet chocolate that is not so good for you. So
Cadbury's. Yeah, we've had some changes within our lollies here as of recent, as of the last 3 or 4 years. We had this, it was like a red candy in a wrapper, you know. It was called Redskins, you know. Redskins. I love them. We've had them ever since, you know, the 60s. I remember them. Well, that was considered racist, calling them Redskins, so they changed it to Red Rippers, which sounds serial killer to me. Red Rippers. You know, what the hell?
right.
Then we had these lollies called fags, and it was for kids, and they were sort of like white with a little red bit of, pretend you're having a cigarette, you know. They were lollies so kids could pretend they were smoking. They're called fags, but and that was fine right up until I think it was the 90s. They changed it to fads because it was offensive to gay people.
Right. Well,
and they stopped.
That's really funny because, yeah, because Russell Brand was talking about that, people talking about fags, and he's like, what have they got against cigarettes? What are they talking cigarettes?
What's wrong with
No.
a bundle of sticks? You know, a bundle of sticks are good to get a fire going with. Yeah, that's what faggots was actually a bundle of sticks. I learned that when I read Lord of the Rings in the
Well,
70s.
sticks on fire. It was, and really, I found out what the connection was. The connection was, see, in the old days, they would have young boys that would carry embers to people who were on watch to keep their fire going, right? To make sure they could have a fire. And those young boys were often hit on, but they were called because of them carrying the burning sticks. They were called faggot boys. But they were used basically, you know. So.
Well, I remember reading, you know, the word faggot was out a lot in the 70s, you know, and I was reading Lord of the Rings about 1974. I started reading that, yeah. And yeah, there's Frodo and Bilbo and Frodo and Sam and Merry and Pippin, and you know, go and get a bundle of faggots. No, yeah, faggots, and that's when I realised what faggots meant back in the old days. It meant, you know, it's kindling, you know, a bunch of sticks to put on the
Right,
fire.
sticks to burn.
Yeah, to start the fire with, and we call it kindling. But yeah, so Lord of the Rings educated me to not be offended by that word as much, you know.
Well, it was an interesting thing too. Lord of the Rings actually had had the male characters hugging and kissing each other.
Oh, all the
You
time,
know,
so
proclaiming their love for each other.
But I get that because that's how people were in the like. I remember when I went to Bali back in the 80s, you know, the people are so innocent there. They were the most beautiful people I've ever known in my life, really. As far as just good people, good morals, good, kind to each other, they're just beautiful people. And I remember seeing two guys walking down the street holding hands and with these other young people and going, well, are they gay? And they go, what? No, they're best friends. They've been friends all their life. We hold hands when we're best friends here. And in Western society, you think straight away, oh, guys, but it's not. They're that innocent. And if you called one of them a gay, oh, God, they'd punch your head in. It's like, no.
Mr. Wonderful has shown up from his nap.
Wonderful. Must be wonderful being wonderful.
Yeah, Mr. Handsome and Important. He's so handsome, so important.
Mr. Cowboy.
And he's going to say hello to his adoring fans.
Puss, 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 puss.
He's showing off his tail, his lack of a tail.
Get up, buddy cat.
So, see, I have no tail. I am important.
He's a good buddy. Puss, puss,
He's a good kitty.
Meow.
He's a sweet boy.
Meow.
He's a very purry kitty.
Yeah. Hey, buddy cat. Hey,
he is a cute little kitty. He is a good boy. He really is a good boy.
I remember.
He's a sweet, loving little boy.
I remember a few years ago telling you should get a cat. Okay, and
yeah,
months later you did actually, and it was like I think a few.
Well, Ken, I'd had one and I lost one.
I remember you were living in a place.
I was heartbroken.
Oh yeah.
And I said, well, I'll get one when I get a new apartment.
Yeah.
So what happened? I didn't have one, but I said, you know what? One will come to me when it was time.
That's what happens.
Well, the neighbor across the way died during COVID. That's how he came to me. Because they were going to take him away to the pound. They're going to take him to the shelter. And he never would have gotten a home from the shelter because he's an older cat. He's missing half his teeth.
Yeah. They don't want to,
So I said, can I take him home? I said, can I have him? Oh, yeah, you can pick him up. I'm taking him down to the shelter. I said, can you just give him to me? And she said, sure. I said, it'll save you a trip to the shelter. She said, okay, I guess that's okay. Okay.
It was weird. There was this dog I'd watched for like a year. I'd seen this poor dog, Ivy, on this chain in this back suburban yard, never allowed off the chain, just an outside kennel. And it wasn't allowed to have interaction with any other dogs or people would come around with their dogs. Oh, no, keep your dog away from it. We don't want the dog. We want it to be a guard dog and no one's allowed to pat it. And I got that sick of it in the end. I go around there. It just haunted me, and I just, because I kept telling him, it's raining. You haven't even got the kennel for the dog, And I ended up going around there really angry, and I was going to just grab the dog and take it, And I'm going, Matt, I want this bloody dog. I can't take it being on this chain any longer. I'm going to take it, okay? And they go, oh, Ken, wow. You know what? We got an appointment in 5 minutes to take the dog down and get put down. Yeah, wow, good timing, Yeah, if I had like 10 minutes later, that dog would have been put down, and I had Ivy for the next 10 years, And she
and that was sweet Ivy.
Yeah.
Oh.
She is a bit of a dog, but that's why I loved her.
Well, when I got him, she had never had a cat before and didn't know anything about cats. And you can tell.
Yeah.
He had great big clumps in his fur. He had great, great big mats. He was so good letting me get the mats out of his fur. He was so good about it. God. But when they first brought him in, he hid for a while until everybody was gone. Then when everybody was gone, I was in the bedroom here, and he came peeking with it. He peeked his head in the door a little bit.
Mm,
He looked at me, and I said, "Well, cowboy," because his name was something else, but he looked like a cow to me. So I said, "Well, cowboy, you better get up here and get your belly rubbed." Do you know what? He got right up here and rolled over on his belly and got his belly rubbed.
oh,
He knew exactly what that meant.
yeah.
And Mr. Cowboy, we've been best friends ever since, haven't we? We've been in love ever since.
Mm,
Yes, he's a good boy. I feel sorry for him.
yeah. Annie the Beagle was like that when I first got her. She was so shy of anybody. People would come around, she'd hide and she'd poke her head in the door, bark at them and run off. You know, she just had hardly any interaction with other people, you know. And
Yeah, Cowboy used to hide under the bed.
and then after 6 months, she got over it. You know, she's got used to people, and but she just loved me, and I saved her. She was going to get taken up the bush to get shot. You know.
Well, yeah, that would have happened. He would have been gone because he was an older cat, and they don't keep them. They're not a no-kill facility. They will, after a while, euthanize them. So
Yeah.
he would have been, if they would have taken him, that would have been it for him. And I
Yeah.
knew that. That's why I took him. It's like, oh no.
Well, Annie was about 10 years old when I got her. Lived to 16. Um, Bruno was 4 when I got him, so he's 8 years old. Eight and a half. Yeah. The last dog standing. It's funny. I get on the old people's bus to go to town once a week, the community bus to the main big town. Go shopping, and yeah, most of them are old codgers, you know, old people like me, and I'm sitting next to this old bloke. Oh God, he's funny. He's got a nice little border collie that gets on well, Bruno. But he's going, "Are you part of the Last Man Standing Club?" And I go, "Yeah, I am actually." He goes, "Yep, same here. All me mates are dead. You know, I'm the last one." It's funny when you have conversations like
Yeah, I know. When you get a little older, it starts to get that way, don't it?
it like dawns on you all of a sudden. You know, it's like, yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like, hey, everybody's gone.
but most of them are gone. You know, especially male mates. You know, still got most of my female mates are still alive. They outlive the. They definitely live longer. God bless.
Yeah, that's just the thing is that we end up getting left alone.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
you do, yeah.
we end up alone.
See, my grandmother died before him, like 6 years before he did. But when she left, he just didn't want to live anymore. You know, that was it. He was a different man after that. He wasn't. You know, he just pined for the day he could join her again. You know. Yeah. And
Yeah, when couples are together a long time like that, it's really
yeah,
hard.
it would be.
And you
But
know,
life goes on. I keep saying. Mm.
I had the funny when the my so-called ex-husband. I don't even believe he's the right guy. I mean, I believe they gave me a ring or two. I don't think he's the same guy I married.
I, I've
And
I'm feeling a bit that way about my entire family. That they all just the last couple of years they seem like different people. I don't even feel I know them anymore. It's the weirdest thing.
right, I know it's
I've
weird.
lived another dimension the last year or
And
2 years.
I
And
know if I hear that he has died, I will just say, "Gee, condolences," and that's all I will feel.
and
I will
I'm the
feel nothing much.
and I'm the only one who didn't have the juice. You know.
I already cried all my tears when I realized he wasn't the same person.
Same
So
with some of my family the last year. I don't know them anymore because they had a certain concoction and they just seem like different people now, like they've been taken over.
I know.
So, I mean,
It's like this is not the same people.
I haven't actually said this much, but it sounds weird when you say it. But the empathy's gone. The quest for knowing things has gone, and they're just like this apathy. I can't believe.
Let me ask you, did they take the jibbity jib jab?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, they all did. Yeah.
Oh, they all took the Jabberwock.
I wasn't invited there for Christmas 2 years ago because I was pure blood.
Oh.
And then I ended up.
See, I wonder about that.
Then I ended up living there for 6 months, and it was a fucking nightmare. Oh, sorry about Layman. It was a nightmare. Sorry, swear. I get told off on Christian chat rooms for swearing, and I'm going, no, it's all right, mate. I'm Australian. They're going, that's no excuse. I go, well,
it's all right, mate. I'm Australian.
Yeah, I'm Australian. That's no excuse. We're going to have to block you, and I get blocked. That happened a while, a few years back. It was funny.
I don't give a damn.
Look, I don't think Jesus gives a F if you swear. I think that's the lesser.
I don't think Jesus cares, really. I don't think Jesus is.
I remember when I was younger, I used to think, oh, imagine if the last word you said, say in a car accident, was F. That'd be terrible. Yeah. Now I think, well, what? Why was it?
Yeah, I don't think
killing and stealing, and I'm worried about saying a swear word. What the hell?
It's not like you killed somebody.
I remember someone ripped me off on this builder I was working for, and he ripped me off like $5,000, didn't pay me for the job when I finished, and I was totally abusing him on the phone, calling him a F and this and that, and he goes, how dare you swear at me? I'm going, what? You consider swearing worse than stealing, you thieving Scottish fuck? This rich prick that just went around robbing all the painters who were battlers, getting them, hiring them, and then not paying them, and take us to court, all the ones who weren't, part-time workers like I was only doing it every now and then. Yeah, so I cursed him. I said,
here we go.
I said, you say.
Sorry, Chloe, I didn't see you right away. Here you go.
I've been back here for a long time.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, how dare you, Dee? That's just very unacceptable.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I was counting my stitches. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. No big deal.
Don't hurt me, please. Don't start counting.
That's funny.
He starts counting. It's all over. She's the countess. If she starts counting, things happen, really. So, yeah. So we got the countess, and we got Alexander, the ganja shaman who does numbers. We got all this number stuff, and me with dyscalculia, whatever they call it, has trouble with numbers.
Yeah, I got into numerics and numerology.
Dyscalculia or something. It sounds like an instrument. Like I'm gonna dyscalculia. Okay. Yeah, I'm weird. Okay, you can say it. I'm weird. I'm weird.
We're all weird.
Yeah, I'm very proud of myself. I'm very proud of
If you're not weird, you don't fit in.
Yeah.
I think all of us are black sheep people.
it's good to be proud of yourself. You know, I mean, and it's good to love yourself. You can't love others unless you love yourself. You know? So
Very true.
that's what Jesus said.
Can't
Love
please everyone, so
love
you got to please yourself.
yourself. You know, that's
Right.
what people don't know. We're meant to. You know, I don't mean egotistically love yourself, but you know,
But
how
respect yourself. Like, don't be an idiot, with don't say bad things. Like, who did I say it the other night? I think it was Chloe. I was bawling out. I say, "Will you quit saying nasty things about my friend?
Yeah, it was me.
You're pissing me off.
who
Saying
was your
all
friend?
these nasty things about my friends and them fighting words." Yeah, I don't like, I do it too, and you gotta quit that, because
Yeah, it's a bad habit.
reality is hearing us when we do that.
Right.
Reality hears.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, that's really foolish to think that you're lying to yourself. It's like you're putting yourself down. Gee. uh, but oh gosh, I got to show you this though. I'm really happy with these. Now I think these are beautiful.
What is that?
Look at the beautiful print.
Oh,
Timu pants. I
nice
just
skirt.
got them.
Oh, okay, cool.
Big baggy pants.
Oh, the pants. I was going to say, looks like nice skirt material. But
Yeah, I know. I just love the print though on them.
yeah, that's nice.
I'm like so I'm in a flowery mood.
Yeah.
So I'm making the flowers.
I have been this spring. I've
Cool.
been going walking with Bruno, looking at all the different flowers, and just I never get bored. They just amaze me. Just nature itself is just amazing. Just
You
the
know what we
cat.
have a lot of here?
Mhm.
Where I go walking, there's a lot of cactuses that are shaped like hearts.
Wow.
Really? Cool.
Yes.
You
Must
mean
be
in what way?
a bit of love in that
Huh?
area.
How are they shaped like heart? You mean they're
The actual cactus itself is shaped like a heart.
you
Like,
mean that's the way that
it's,
they naturally just look, huh?
I
You
mean,
should
yeah, they're supposed to be normal, but I guess, it's a defect or something. Like, they're
Maybe
not
not.
made. I have pictures of it.
Oh,
I'd
cool.
like to see that. Maybe they're just conforming to people, showing them a lot of love. I don't know.
It could be the
Maybe
vibration
so.
area, making the plants just grow that way. I saw a show about a plant that actually can camouflage its leaves to look like other leaves. It camouflages
Wow.
as it's.
That is
It's like
crazy.
yeah. It's like, how can this plant have enough intelligence to change its like a chameleon?
That's insane.
And yeah, I should. Where did I say? It was on YouTube somewhere. I'll put it
That's
up on
really wild.
my
It
next one.
is.
I've never heard of anything like that. That's
Again,
pretty cool.
yeah,
It
we
was
want to know.
about plants and how plants may have actual brains that we don't understand the brain patterns of.
I think they do, absolutely, because
I
like
think they
I
do.
used yeah, my mom, she's like a green thumb from I don't know where. Like we live in Texas and like our yard is basically all sand and she has all kinds of tropical plants, like all kinds of plants that you're never supposed to be able to grow here and they just thrive really well. Like she can bring anything to life that's a plant. Like we have actually bushes for my grandmother who passed away over 12 years ago. I don't know, but my mom says I think a rose bush only lives for like 4 years. And my grandma had them for a long time. We still have them here.
Wow.
I had
But
a strawberry
when I used to have plants, though, go ahead. Strawberry?
Yeah, I had one for 20 years in a pot plant. I used to just.
Oh my goodness!
And then I shifted
Wow.
last year to Melbourne, and they all died. Every plant I had died. It just didn't like the.
Oh, that's sad.
Pollution in the area, I guess, and cell towers. But yeah, I'm a great plant lover. I've been growing for many years until the last, say, 2 years, and it was my main hobby was just growing. I used to grow sunflowers and like 15.
Do you talk to your plants or play music for your plants?
Yeah, I used to put speakers out there for them, playing nice.
Did you notice the difference?
Oh yeah, I was swearing on it. People would laugh at me, thinking you're mental. But
no. They respond. They absolutely respond.
Respond to sound vibration, to how you talk to them. So you go after
right
and yell every day. I'm sure it's not going to yield some good fruit.
Right, exactly. No, yeah, that's absolutely true. Like everything here is alive,
Yeah,
and we're all connected.
What if everything is alive? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is alive. Earth's alive. Everything's alive.
Yeah. Even stones.
Everywhere you go, there's life, and especially, even the Antarctic, there's life there.
Oh, yeah.
And beyond the Antarctic, who knows? It could be other countries, but.
I'm a believer of that.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger world than we're made to think. And they're still undiscovered places. They just don't want us to break any new frontiers, and they want to
keep us suppressed,
keep us in a little bubble.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not about. It has nothing to do with race. No, it has nothing to do with color, dear.
Nah,
it's 12-12.
Has to do if you're in one of them ruling families or not. If your name doesn't go back to the Rothschilds or the whatever, then forget it. You're not nothing.
Rocketiles. Yeah. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers.
Yeah. Everybody else is just a pawn to them.
We're just Gollum. Shekels. Just got to make the shekels out of us.
Yep.
Cash cows.
I love every race.
Their day is over, though. Their day is just about over. And I think they know it.
I think we're living in times where, there's scripture in the Bible that says everything hidden shall be exposed, and all knowledge will go throughout the earth, to and fro to the four quarters of the earth. And I think we're at that time where knowledge has increased throughout the world, and everything hidden is getting exposed. Not everything at once, but slowly, surely we're. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Pluto's the one that's the planet that signals that. Yeah.
So what do y'all think about the planet Pluto actually having the dog Pluto on it?
I know, that was funny.
That's just absolutely crazy.
I know. I thought that was a great one.
I think Disney knew something.
Disney, somehow he implanted Pluto on Pluto, unless he saw Pluto up there and designed the dog.
Right.
I think he did.
But Pluto wasn't a planet, and now it's a planet again, is it? I'm not sure.
Well, it was a planet for a long time.
Yeah.
And then they demoted it to a planetoid.
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that? You know what I mean? That's crazy. If they didn't fit this, like,
that pissed him off.
How does that make sense? Like, either it's a planet or it's a rock. I mean, the planets.
They were saying that it didn't meet the standards of whatever, like, needed to be a planet, so they demoted it.
We demoted it. God.
Crazy.
Right. I was always in the pro Pluto as a planet You
Oh
know,
yeah, me too.
it's like, come on now.
I don't even know what they are now. I think they could be living things, plasma.
I do believe planets are living things too. Yeah.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, like everything else.
I've seen amateur photography of it. It looks like something living in these balls. Like, they seem like living things, up there. The what they call them, the ornaments, the illuminaries. The illuminaries they used to call them. What they call them, planets. I don't know. I think the more I know, the less I know. Like I used to
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore. I don't know where we are. I don't care. I know it's home. And we're, just make the best of it. The animals don't care what shape or realm we're in, but I think the whole world, like.
Well, Cowboy does. He thinks the whole thing should look like a cat treat.
Yeah.
He's saying, they really screwed up. They could have made the whole thing look like a cat treat. It would have been much more aesthetically pleasing. Hey, Knucklehead. What you looking at, baby cake? I call him Knucklehead all the time, and he still loves me. See, that's what I need in a man, too. I need, when I call him Knucklehead, I need him to know that I love him.
Yeah.
And it's because I love him. That I don't mean any harm with that. I'm just saying, hey, get over here, you silly cake.
Even here, if you call someone the C word, it's normally a form of affection, So,
the C word.
Good old
C word?
Yeah, the word that's now a swear word, but it used to mean a woman of exceptional goodness and standard.
I've totally forgotten what that is now.
No, you didn't.
Has it got a U and an N in it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Followed by a T.
And it never used to be a swear word once, but yeah. Apparently, if you look up the history of English, the C word was not a swear word, and the F word, well, I guess it always has been, but the C word.
Well, the F word wasn't even a dirty word. It was found under carnal knowledge. File under carnal knowledge. It was an acronym.
Well,
just an acronym.
Some of the ancient Bibles have swear words all through them. It's like,
oh yeah,
I've read some and they got shit and piss and it's like that was just normal word, But,
right, we're just talking to each other. You can try to be so correct that you can't even say anything meaningful anymore. I've had that, where people are very, very particular, and I'm sitting there thinking, how am I going to say anything? Certain things you can't even talk meaningfully because it's like with the snowflakes. You can't say anything meaningful because it's going to trigger somebody.
That's exactly how I feel lately, D. It's like you couldn't shut me up once, with people I talk and now I'm scared to say anything because I know I'm going to trigger. Every time I do say something over the last few years, I've upset people because so I don't.
But that's not your problem. That's their problem.
Say anything anymore. I'll be listening to people going, "Oh yeah, this long COVID. Oh, I'm so worried about. I forgot my mask today," and I'm going, "Oh, stop it, please." And, oh, this war, these terrible Palestinians and the mongrels and oh yeah, I've got to go get me 20th fucking vaccination. It's like I'm surrounded by idiots and it's scary. It's like I'm in a
yes.
Surrounded by idiots. Yeah, I think a lot of us feel that way.
TV and believing everything they. Well, I've got a friend. I've been friends with her for 10, 15 years. She's a freedom fighter, warrior. She's always outspoken. She's losing her voice because she's so outspoken. But Vicky, yeah, my friend Vicky, she's agreed with, we've been on the right page with, we're the anti-pandemic and the yes-no vote recently in Australia. And yeah, on page with everything until this Middle Eastern thing. And suddenly I'm the worst person on earth. I'm a Hitler lover and everything because I don't like seeing, 4,500, 5,000 babies and children killed, It's like,
yeah, now wait a minute. You know what?
They're cheering.
Now, it's like, what's the big thing? Is like everybody's going, oh, you're anti-Semitic. Well, wait a minute. But you're supposed to be pro-Palestinian. Wait. But Hamas is anti-Semitic, right? You know that? And most of these people that would be, what we really need to do is ship them over there and let them plead their case to the Hamas right there. Just let them talk. See what happens to them.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they could have a conversation.
They would all be killed, though.
Why don't they have a
exactly?
That's not even allowed, There's no talks. There's no ceasefiring. There's no. I've been following these people for so long, and I've seen their plight, and it's. This is the worst. It's fucked. And I'm not political. I'm not for any particular side. I just don't like seeing genocide on any scale.
I don't watch it. I don't keep up with it. I don't any of it. Like, it's really not even involved in my day-to-day anything unless someone else brings it up.
I've seen it and I've had to look away. It's just way too horrific to even watch.
Yeah, I've had to look away because it's
just
I just don't feed it any kind of energy, really. You know what I mean? I'm not for anything negative, so I don't feed it energy because either way, yeah, you're going to be on the wrong side no matter what you do. So I just don't even,
It's one where you can't even have a conversation about it.
All you can do is send love towards the situation and the people, and then just that's it.
Yep. Yeah. That's probably is about it. That's about what I do too, because I will not talk about it very much because it's just too crazy.
That's how I felt like I haven't been able to, and I'm not going to because I can see it's a trap. This is a trap. Yep.
I mean, it's not just all there to divide us anyway and to make people hate one another. And the more you put energy and stuff into it, the more it's going to be progressed within the universe. So I just act like it's not there. And it's not there.
Right.
I've had this person ringing me, texting me every day, like 40, 50 messages a day about what she watches on the news and how horrible these people
no.
And I'm going, I'm just watching a show about monkeys and
right. Me, I'm watching a show about monkeys. Yeah, there you go.
She'll be going on.
I don't even watch TV. I haven't watched TV in about 10, 12 years. I do watch YouTube, but that's about it.
And that's what's
happening. I haven't watched TV. I haven't watched TV in so long. I don't even know what's on TV.
I haven't looked at a newspaper. I don't any of that because it's all going to be negative. So why surround yourself with the negativity? Because they don't publish the great things that people do or the wonderful things that people do, which is tons of it every day. They're only going to focus on the negative, you know what I mean, to keep us in fear and low energy. So I just don't even allow that into my life.
Well, this is news, right? They'll show all the bad shit, then they'll show the weather, the sports, some of the bad shit, and then they have a nice little puppy story or a cat got saved or they have a little nice feel story at the end that goes for like 2 minutes, just so, okay, we've bombarded people with feel, just put on a feel-good story.
Yeah, we'll put on feel good just so you can feel good for 5 minutes before we hit you with some more crap.
Oh, look, this blind dog found a blind man and they're happily ever after. Nah, it's crazy. I mean, Howard Beale was right, wasn't he? Remember that movie, Network? Oh, my God. You can't even play that clip.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it was really telling us what was really going on.
Oh, well, wasn't it?
Every movie is, you know what I mean? There's like truth hidden into everything like that. Everything is, because it has to reveal itself. It has to let you know the plans, what it's doing, how it works. But also, putting it in the movies is a technique to make people not believe certain things are real. You know what I mean? Right. Because like you put in a movie and you portray it a certain way, people aren't going to believe exactly. They're like, oh no, that can't be real. That's just a movie, or that's, in the movies. Like what is it called? Where, oh my gosh, I can't forget the word. I mean, I just forget the word at the moment. They're desensitizing people to things, and with the desensitizing of things, it's also like misbelief of it. Like it never can be real or true.
Like
right.
Gibson conspiracy theory movie, he's made to look like a nut in the movie, even though he's right. But at the same time, every conspiracy theorist they show in a film the last few years is made to be look like an absolute nut, like
of course,
Woody Harrelson in 2012 film, he's up on the mountain, Mount Chester, I think he was. Yeah, but it's like this movie, Wag the Dog. It was made in 1999.
That was a brilliant masterpiece, though.
I showed that to a mate, Mad Pieman. He come down a few weekends ago with his girlfriend.
Hey, I know who that is.
Yeah, you might have seen his name. Yeah, I've known.
Yeah,
Glenn. His name is. I've known him for
Glenn. Yeah.
Yeah, he come down. He'd never actually seen the film, and I showed him. It blew him away because it's like it's such parallel to the Ukraine war. Everything they do in that is exactly. It's like the Ukraine war took the script from that film and did a war based on a movie script. Really, it's
what a great idea. Yeah.
And Dustin Hoffman was classic. He helps create this pretend war. He does all the, he directs it more or less. And then at the end, he's going, but I need credit for this. I'm a movie maker. It's art. I've got to know. People have got
This is my best movie. This is my best production. And they kill him.
And they go, yep, no worries. They take him out to limousine with these gangster-looking guys and he gets driven off somewhere, never to be seen again.
Right.
He was playing the Stanley Kubrick character, really. As Stanley Kubrick was trying to expose, Eyes Wide Shut was exposed the Illuminati and all that. So was all the films. I mean, Stanley Kubrick was showing it all in our face right from the start, with Paths of Glory about the Russian-German war and how all these soldiers had to be shot to make everything look good for the war because someone had to pay for some mistake they made. And so they just picked out all these soldiers, sergeants. Oh, yeah, you've got to take the bullet and we're going to execute you. Then his other movie, Lolita, that was all about the elite, like, celebrity groups, how they have these secret clubs and they make all these
Epstein
stuff, yeah. And Peter Sellers plays like this real creepy guy who's, he's like the groomer. He's making porn movies with young people for celebrities, and and the main character in the movie's a creep too. He he marries this woman to get to this daughter, and then the mother dies, and then he ends up adopting her, and he's having sex with her from the age of like 13 or something in the book, I think it was. But Stanley Kubrick was more or less trying to tell us this is what happens in Hollywood, And then Clockwork Orange, MK Ultra, 2001
Yeah.
Space Odyssey was sort of, I don't know. Well, he was the one who staged the moon landing, so who knows where that was. But then he made Eyes Wide Shut. But The Shining was all about faking the moon landing. Even though it's a horror movie set in a hotel. And Full Metal Jacket, brilliant film. The first quarter of that film was about the military, industrial. Everyone's off to Vietnam, and it shows how they train. The first part of the movie is about, training the men to go to war,
Mm-hmm.
The drill sergeant, he was actually a real drill sergeant in his old days. God, he plays a part good. And the guy from CSI, he plays Goma Pyle, this like sort of autistic guy who's a real gentle giant, and it sort of shows how he's a person put into this machine. He's never going to be a killer, never would have been, and
Right.
they push him over the limit. So, it sends him nuts, and he ends up killing his sergeant and shooting himself in the head. And that's like the, first quarter of the movie. And then the rest of the movie is them over in Vietnam and all the stuff's going on there. But at the end of the film, after there's a sniper taking them out, they're held up by a sniper, and they end up shooting it and find out it's a 13-year-old girl, and they're all standing over her while she's dying. And then at the end of the movie, they're singing on the way back to base. They're singing, "Who's the leader of the pack? M-I-C-I-K, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Mickey." So even putting Disney into the military industry in this film. I'm a movie buff, so I get right into the whole thing, and I'm probably raving on now after a few beers, but a great movie to watch about Disneyland is called Escape from Tomorrow. I strongly suggest watching that. It's a trip. This director went into Disneyland and secretly filmed, because you're not allowed to film in there, and he made this movie where him and his family go there, and he has a mental breakdown, and he ends up under MK mind control. Oh, it's just incredible.
Wow.
It's all in black and white, and it's like it's sort of set in like 70s or something. And it's just like a total trip, the film, he's going for this fun ride, and all the characters are turning evil, and there's this weird cat flu going around. Everyone's getting sick. It's like a really surreal, abstract, film. What do you call them? Noir, that French style.
Noir.
Yeah. It's sort of that. A lot of people hated the film, but I loved it because it was sort of like the director had nightmares of going to Disneyland with his family where his parents were fighting, and that I think he got inspired. It's just
there's a lot of weird things about Disneyland.
All the accusation. Well, all the.
I don't think they're accusations.
Yeah.
Disneyland's a lot of mind control. Disney is just a lot of things.
Yeah.
We had this legend here, Steve Irwin. You probably known the crocodile hunter.
Oh yeah.
Of course, yeah.
And I got real worried after he died, and his daughter joined Disney. Bindi Irwin.
Yeah.
And did this Disney show. I was thinking, oh my, poor girl's going to be corrupted forever now. But she seemed to have got through it. She's left all that. She probably saw too much, and they seem to be doing good work still,
Yeah.
Steve's son. And I think he was taken out because he was fighting against a mining corporation to keep this land, and they were gaslighting and doing everything to try to shut him
Oh,
down.
of course. I didn't know that, but yeah, it would.
And his wife won recently. She won the rights to keep this land as conservation, and
That's awesome.
she does almost suggest that they had him knocked off, you know. Yeah. And they didn't think that she'd keep the legacy going. I don't know. It's all, you know, killed by a stingray in the heart. Get fucked. I've been attacked by a stingray. Got stabbed on the foot by one. And my leg caught on fire and all that. Yeah. But no one gets
And it was
stabbed.
like over 100 times. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy.
One other person on earth has ever died from a stingray stabbing him in the heart.
Was it a real stingray?
Was it
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I think who was on the boat that day? She wasn't. She really wishes she had been, the wife. It was just
Right.
teams and stuff, you know. No one's got any footage of it. There's no footage of him being in the water, you know. So
Right.
wouldn't they have all the footage he was doing prior to this? And we're out on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be some footage, but when there's not, it's like, wait.
It's a little bit like this war now. Where's all the footage of these alleged? Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting political. Yeah, sorry.
A legendary guy, and there's no footage. And once again, you know, because I mean, they said the same thing about when Epstein died. Oh dear, but there's no security footage. Just
right.
footage of everything everywhere, except when it's convenient not to. There isn't any.
That's what they do with it all, though. They always cover it up so you can never know the truth.
Like you'd think a guy with that much, you know.
Of course it was recorded. There's no way it wasn't recorded.
What, they're not going to film this guy 24/7, you know?
Exactly, they are.
It's insane. The high celebrity, fucking multi-billionaire, trillionaire, whatever he was. But Epstein Island seems like it was just a front for the other islands, I think. Like this weird temple they got there. It's actually just exterior. There's nothing inside. It's just sort of like a set. You know, a lot of things there seem like they were a movie set.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some footage of someone who went on Epstein Island secretly. There's just a few security guards there. He was dodging them, him and a mate, and someone was coming towards the boat and they had to flee the island before they got arrested because apparently you can get arrested going there. But yeah, they were filming all this stuff, and I reckon a lot of it looked fake, you know, like it was like, especially that temple, you know, this weird temple square that looks like I don't know, some Middle Eastern looking thing. But it was just
it looks. That's just the funny thing is that looking fake. Whoops. You know, the food, I hate to tell you this, but to me, I look at the world and it looks faker.
Oh, no. They all look like
large. Look faker to you.
I sometimes wonder if all these people who are watching, you know, are they even real? Like, is Bill Gates, are any of these presidents real? Sometimes
it's very odd. It's like I get the funniest feeling sometimes.
We're being tricked.
Yes, obviously.
I look at it and I just go, God, is that real? That's not real.
These characters, Elon Musk and Zuckerberg, and they all seem larger than life characters, you know. Like Shakespeare said, the whole world's a stage, you know. We're all players and we all have our exits and entrances, and no matter how big or small the part, it all is the main part to make the story, you know. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Yeah, especially amongst the leaders.
Mm.
You know, who's which countries are really in with each other? Like, you wonder if they're all in it together. Even
Of
Russia.
course they are.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Of course they are.
Except we are seeing some difference in Argentina now. They elected
Oh yeah.
the guy they elected down there. It's like, oh my goodness.
This seems funny almost. Like he's got this thing on a board.
Yeah.
That's out. That's out. That's out. These parties.
Does he even seem real too? I mean, he's another one of these guys. I kept expecting him to take the wig off.
These leftards are shit. These leftards are shit. It's like he's saying you all want to hear, but it almost seems too good to be true. You know what I mean? Like,
right. He just doesn't quite seem real. And I'm like,
do you know there's people that
is this like part of a psyop again, or what the heck?
There you go. There's people that believe that that's going to be the Antichrist.
oh, how many antichrists have they predicted?
Well,
I mean, there's just like, I don't think people are really predicting it, but there's like just certain, there are certain people that believe that that's who it is, just because of, I guess, like the biblical location and all this other crap in the Bible. They think that's who it might be, but yeah, it's everybody, right?
I tell you, I'm staying out of it because honestly, and I'm staying away from my neighbors. Unfortunately, I feel like I have to stay away from my neighbors. I don't want to talk about shit. I'm just out of all this stuff. I'm out of all
I don't even know my neighbors. No clue who they are.
I would love to have some friends around here. I hope I can attract some people that are nice, but I have a feeling I might be leaving here.
People are far and few between that are very nice. You know what I mean? It's hard to find them.
I'm going to have to shut down pretty soon. We've been on for over 5 hours. And
yes, very long time.
I'm tired. And I got a lot done here, though. I really want to thank you guys for coming because I might be on a little while tomorrow for Thanksgiving because I am not doing anything much for Thanksgiving. I don't know. I might try it. You're working? Yeah, a lot of people are.
No.
A lot of people are. They're not doing much for Thanksgiving this year. It's weird.
Well, no, it was just exactly what they wanted it to be. That's why all the COVID came about.
Yeah, everybody's working on holidays now.
Yeah.
That was my husband. He was always working on holidays. He wanted the extra money. So, or maybe he was seeing his alt. Anyway, so I'll tell you what, I might or might not be on tomorrow, but if not, I love you anyway. And if not, I'll be on Sunday. And I just want you to know that one of the things I'm thankful for is you. Now, I posted on my community tab, I posted a turkey, picture of some turkeys. We saw some wild turkeys. Now, this is in an area behind the Myers store where there's a little pond. Behind the Myers store, there were deer and some wild turkey, a whole thing of wild turkey. I'm like, what the heck? A flock of wild turkeys walking through. But you can't have guns near the airport, and there's an airport near there. So you can't have guns near there. So I think they figured out that they can't get killed there.
Exactly.
they're all kind of hiding out there behind Myers. And so I got a picture. So I've got a little contest going. Name the turkey, and also or if you caption the picture, and you'll get a freebie reading or something.
So there's no turkey shoot there. That's good.
No turkey shoot. No, they won't be having a turkey shoot. It's illegal.
Not like
You know what? It'd be funny if somebody let them loose and then they all ran there. Like if somebody let them loose for a turkey shoot, but somehow they all ended up there. But they were wild turkeys. They were wild turkeys.
When you say Myers store, is this like a compartment store of all different? We've got
Myers like kind of like Walmart a little bit.
Yeah, we've got Myers here for years. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
So and there's like a wildlife preserve behind this place. We drove around behind it to kind of get down to the other level quicker. It's like a freaking wildlife preserve. We're always seeing deer and all kinds of wild birds, and we'll see the Canada geese, and this time it was wild turkeys. We're wondering what we're going to see next down there, because it's a wildlife preserve practically. Nobody can really shoot there, so everybody's going, "Hey, there's a pond, and nobody can shoot us." So,
That's good for the turkeys. Yeah, it's like a bit like the kangaroos in this town, right? They know no one shoots them here because they're not allowed to, and they're protected right up until 20 minutes out of town. And so they trust people here. They're real friendly. But where I used to live, they were being hunted all the time by hunters. So the second they'd see you, they'd take off, and they were scared. And, it just shows how, the kangaroos here know they're not being hunted, but the kangaroos where I used to live knew, and very, yeah. So they work it out pretty quick,
Yeah, somehow they figure it out. They figure out where the safe areas are. Anyway, I'm going to call it tonight. I've got to say, remember that you are divine.
Yeah.
And dream big and dream wisely.
Okay. There you have a
good sleep. The truth is where you find it. I hope you're finding some here.
Yeah. Well, the day it's 5:48 p.m. here, so the day's just ending. Yep. Okay. Good talking. Anyway, I'm glad I caught up. And
yeah, glad you came by, Ken.
Yeah, good to see you, Dee.
Yeah. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving, and I love all of y'all, and I'm grateful for all of y'all.
Yeah, I'm thankful for all of you.
Cheers, Chloe. Good to talk.
And
cheers.
Love. Much love. Chloe, we got to talk, girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
Whenever you got time.
Alrighty.
Okay, sweetie. And
all right, love you, Miss D.
We're going to have Chloe on the show at some point. She has got lots and lots and lots of stories. So we're going to drag her in here and make her fess up to all of those bizarre stories she has. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, love you guys, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.